Also on our Facebook page with the same name, Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection, MISTRA. Then our X handle or Twitter, as we knew it previously, at MISTRA_SA, MISTRA in capitals, _SA in capitals. Then hashtags to engage with on social media platforms. The hashtag is MISTRA FOCAC, all in capitals, and then hashtag FOCAC in capitals, Summit, capital S, and then Summit in small letters. So that's how to find us and participate online. If you've registered already, you should have a copy of today's program. And for people online, we have a link there where you can access the program for today. I'm going to just do a very high level of the three segments of the program today. We are going to start off with the opening remarks, keynote address, and remarks on the China-Africa cooperation. Those speakers will address the broader context and the environment and give us a background and set the scene for us to have further discussions for today. We do have planned breaks, and we invite you to network, meet new people, catch up with old colleagues, and really use the time to meet outside of the proceedings. As I mentioned earlier on, there are two main themes for discussion, which we will do through the format of having panels. The first is on industrialization and infrastructure transformation, and the second one after lunch will be the green energy and ecologically sustainable modernization. Those are the main inputs, and then we will do the usual wrapping up and thanking everyone. Without any further ado, I would like to invite to the podium our Executive Director, Mr. Joel Nejatenzi, who will be doing the opening remarks. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you very much, Gloria, Program Director. I'm tempted to mention the names of some of the friends that I see that I haven't met for a long time, but that would not be appropriate. Deputy Minister Thandi Muraka, Minister at the Chinese Embassy, Xin Jianping, and other dignitaries and experts here today. I wish to welcome you all for this opportunity to share ideas on matters that are critical to Africa's development. Today's program and the seminar in its totality forms part of the joint research and exchange program between China and Africa under the umbrella of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. It comes at a critical moment when the world is facing a multiplicity of challenges. Now, as Africa and China, we can choose to decry the virtual collapse of the global regulatory regime on trade. We can lament the efforts to slow down modernization of countries that are seen as strategic competitors or as non-aligned in their approach to international relations. We can express alarm at the goading that is aimed at initiating or worsening conflicts. Indeed, we can throw up our hands in frustration and despair, weighed down by the unfairness of it all. On the other hand, we can choose to exercise our collective agency to pursue rapid socio-economic development and attain a better life for all our peoples. Now, as you may know, At the 2024 FOCAC summit, China announced 10 ambitious modernization partnership action plans with the African continent. And this is so that we can march in step through mutual learning. Core areas such as modernization of specific economic sectors, infrastructure connectivity projects, medical alliances, and undertakings in the low carbon transition form part of these initiatives. Now, how do we ensure that these ambitious programs find expression in actual practice? How do we frame the undertakings in a manner that aligns with Africa's own strategies as articulated in Agenda 2063, Africa Mining Vision, and strategies on artificial intelligence and green minerals, but also the African Continental Free Trade Area and other continental imperatives? Quite clearly, some of the areas in Africa's developmental path will require the plodding industry of gradual step changes. But on the other hand, others lend themselves to leapfrogging stages of development. Skeptics may argue that such modernization on a continent, parts of which are still ravaged by poverty, conflict, and the debt burden, is but a pipe dream. But there are many examples of public and private sector innovations combined with youthful creativity that have already placed Africa on a higher platform of modern productive forces. For instance, in a report recently crafted by the Mapungubwe Institute, it is demonstrated that the digital platforms economy is thriving. And case studies on South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya show that this industry can add some 5 billion US dollars into the South African economy alone in the next 10 years. Today's engagement, as Gloria has said, is about industrial value chain cooperation and connectivity, with emphasis on infrastructure development and local manufacturing capacity. Needless to say, such initiatives will need to be tailored to industrial strategies of the African partner countries. And we dare to extend our gaze, in my view, beyond manufacturing value chains, including in the production of green hydrogen, towards financial beneficiation, which is proposed, for instance, in the MISTRA research on an exchange platform for platinum group metals, because some 80% of PGM reserves are located in South Africa. In other words, Africa's endowments, including its abundant critical mineral resources, solar radiation, and wind energy, have the potential to place it at the center of the global low-carbon transition value chains. Its agricultural land can render the continent a central player in ensuring global food security. Its youthful population constitutes an asset well beyond the continent, and this will be the case for many decades to come. The question is how these comparative advantages are transformed into real wealth for Africa's peoples. And it is a question that will not be answered by China or any other country. What is required is the confident assertion of African agency. An approach that frames the discourse as one about what China can do for Africa will not be sustainable. Rather, the issue is about what Africa seeks to do for itself and what mutually beneficial relationships can be forged with China and other countries which support Africa's vision and strategies. Needless to say, the center-periphery dynamic of the colonial era has no place in modern international relations. Africa deserves free trade, investment, and partnership in the development of human resources. As such, the announcement by the People's Republic of China to lower import tariffs, which would reduce Africa's current trade deficit and provide the opportunity to export high-value or high-quality products, is deeply appreciated, and we all await with bated breath the concrete details that are attached to this generous offer. We do hope that interactions such as today's seminar will continue in order to interrogate all the areas of FOCAC cooperation and to ensure that such initiatives are carried into the G20, the United Nations, and the rest of the global multilateral system. And so the Mapungubwe Institute is humbled by the expertise assembled here today, and we wish to thank you all for your participation. Thus, together, we can contribute to placing Africa in the blast furnace of global modernization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joel, for introducing today's discussions and for focusing our minds on the issues that we need to be thinking about and addressing today in discussion. And also for reminding us of Africa's agency in the partnership, but also as we go forward, thinking more deeply about Africa's modernization. Thank you, Joel. It is now my honor to invite the Deputy Minister up to the podium to address us. She will be doing the keynote speaker. Welcome, Minister.
You see, I have to adjust the mic everywhere I go. Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Gloria Brittain, for the opportunity. The Executive Director of the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection, Mr. Joel Netsitenje, who has just shared his insights with us on how we need to move together in strengthening this partnership between Africa and China. The representative, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, Minister Xin Zampeng, and the rest of the delegation from the embassy, I've seen several of them, have came through to support you. The representative from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, who has shared some insights with us outside before we came here on how they intend to help us achieve on these noble objectives that we have set for ourselves towards economic and inclusive developmental initiatives that we have for the continent of Africa. The representatives from various diplomatic corps that are here with us, the distinguished panelists and moderators who are going to help us later on in the afternoon during the deliberations that we are going to be having, leaders from the business community that we have in South Africa, the scholars, researchers, members of the academia who have graced us with their presence this morning, colleagues from various sister departments and policy institutions that we have in South Africa who have also graced us with their presence. I'm told there are those who are participating through virtual platforms. I also want to acknowledge them. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to deliver this address at this important seminar convened by MISTRA, which is an institute whose intellectual contributions continue to enrich South Africa's national discourse and policy direction. We are really pleased to be here, Mr. Joel Netsitenze, as a Department of International Relations, because the work that we do in terms of our economic diplomacy would need institutions like these ones so that we can continue to champion our interest globally and see to it that we grow the economy of South Africa. This seminar is more than an academic exercise. It is a call to action. It is an invitation to think differently. And also it is a reminder that Africa's modernization cannot be postponed. Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering is timely and strategic for us as a country, given the current geopolitical climate we find ourselves in. It provides us with a platform to reflect not only on Africa's developmental trajectory, but also on how partnerships, particularly with one of Africa's most important partners, like the People's Republic of China, can be better harnessed to advance our collective aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa's foreign policy is firmly anchored on the trinity of the following principles: the progressive internationalism, Pan-Africanism, and the whole principle of non-alignment that we are assigned to as a country. Our framework document on South Africa's national interest calls each one of us to strive for and commit to the rule of law and commit towards progressive multilateralism and make sure that there is democratic governance in that particular process, where we need to ensure that there is inclusive economic development initiatives that we seek to build for this particular continent. It is within this context that we continue to advocate for an international system that is more just, more equitable, and inclusive. In that, ladies and gentlemen, I need to remind you that we need to work together with the rest of the continent towards a progressive internationalism, where all of us, we will feel that our role and our contributions are going to help us to build a future that belongs to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to indicate that since I was appointed in this role as a deputy minister responsible for the international relations and cooperation, the minister in the ministry, Minister Lamola, has delegated the responsibility of Africa, Asia, and Middle East to my office. That's in terms of our delegated functions. So, Mr. Joel Netsitenze, my presence here is not a coincidence. It's just in line with that arrangement that we have in the ministry. And I need to indicate that this is a responsibility that I carry with my utmost best, where we need to ensure that South Africa's engagements with China remains aligned to our foreign policy priorities and our national interest, while at the same time strengthening Africa's broader development agenda. Our collaboration under the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which is FOCAC, has been central to this endeavor, wherein providing a structured platform for delivering tangible outcomes. Because for us, FOCAC serves as a platform and a forum that can help us to turn things around in terms of economic development initiatives that we have for the continent. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this seminar is Reimagining Africa's Modernization, leveraging FOCAC partnerships for technology and green development, close quote. This theme, ladies and gentlemen, resonates deeply with the challenges and the opportunities confronting our continent today. At the 2024 FOCAC Summit, President Xi Jinping announced the 10 ambitious modernization partnerships for Africa, including the Partnership for Industrial Cooperation, partnership also on infrastructure development initiatives, and the whole issue of making sure that there is connectivity and green development initiatives in the continent. These are not abstract pledges, but strategic instruments which, if well aligned with Africa's priorities under our Agenda 2063, they can accelerate our technological leap and also close the infrastructure gap that we have in the continent and reposition the continent as a global hub of innovation. The challenges and the opportunities that lies before us needs all of us to align our thinking with the Africa agenda that we have put together, which is Agenda 2063. Because that alignment must also be alive to the need of us having to put together industries that can help us to change the economic outlook of our continent, and also make it a point that we respect the principle of sovereignty of every state, because that is more central towards our different development initiatives from all the member states that we have within the continent. We also need partnerships, ladies and gentlemen, that can help us move from a process of us being exporters of raw materials to be manufacturers of finished goods. From a process wherein we need to be fragmented economies to an integrated continental market, and from a consumers of technology to co-creators of innovation. That's the vision that we have for this continent. We are here by speaking about partnerships that must help us create jobs that are much needed in the continent. They must transfer technology to Africans in their vast majority. They must also help us build industries in this continent, and these partnerships must be beneficial for all the partners that are involved, not the other way around. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a defining moment in Africa's modernization journey, and also in the space of technology and connectivity and environmental sustainability, which is not optional to us. They are the engines of growth, the pillars of competitiveness, and the foundation of resilience in the 21st centuries. All those issues that I spoke about, everyone is required to be aligned with this Africa's modernization journey that we have set for ourselves as the continent. However, this requires us to be deliberate in shaping cooperation models that reflects African agency. Our task is not to attract investment, but also to ensure that such investments support structural transformation and industrialization initiatives that we have put for ourselves so that we change the lives of our people on the ground. That is the only way that can help us to achieve the sustainable livelihoods that we want to see our people in the continent continuing to lead. For these reasons, today's discussions must move beyond abstract policy frameworks and generate actionable strategies for implementation purposes. South Africa has also prioritized a mechanism wherein we need to ensure that FOCAC's commitments must move beyond theory, with a clear monitoring and coordination mechanisms that are already in place to translate policy frameworks into actionable strategies and tangible outcomes. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation is busy coordinating the 18 action partnership bilateral projects with various sister departments that we have in our 7th administration, which, when fully implemented, will favorably impact on the lives of our people in a positive way. Ladies and gentlemen, industrialization is the bridge between poverty and prosperity. Infrastructure is the foundation upon which that bridge is built. Without them, modernization will be impossible. Africa knows this issue, that South Africa and China must continue to cooperate with each other for future generations to come. This is why our President, His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, has repeatedly stressed on the following point that says, the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area will depend on overcoming Africa's infrastructure deficit. This priority cannot be stressed enough. it is essential for our partners, including China, to join hands with us to overcome this deficit in terms of infrastructure networks that we have. We cannot integrate economies without ports and energy grids that needs to be enablers to those kind of initiatives. We cannot also continue to speak about ACFTA without us investing more on infrastructure networks. Over the past 4 decades, China has lifted hundreds of millions out of poverty through industrialization and infrastructure-led growth. We have seen them doing it in other countries in the continent. Our task is not to copy China's model, but to adapt lessons in a way that strengthens Africa's sovereignty and Africa's resilience. This requires a deliberate policy framework that we are currently busy with. It also requires skills transfer that can help us to achieve these noble objectives. It also requires local content and joint ventures that can give Africa's companies a stake in a production chain that we have put together for that AFCTA initiative. It also requires innovation and for us to move towards the 4th industrial revolution. Africa must also be at the center of driving that 4th industrial revolution. We also need to work together with the rest of the continent's member states to leapfrog in the 10th and digital infrastructure initiatives that are currently being unfolding in the continent. And we also need to invest more on this issue of renewable energy that Africa is somewhat battling with. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can invest in research and technology and in our people, all these initiatives are going to be realized without fail. Equally important is the whole issue of aligning FOCAC's outcomes with Africa's flagship initiatives. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in particular, goal number 9 and number 17 of those SDGs, because they speak about issues of industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and also speaking about issues of engineering, inclusive economic growth for other states that continue to exist within the United Nations. SDG 17 underscores the necessity of partnerships which are indispensable for knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and resource mobilization. It is in this context that China's global outreach through initiatives such as the Belt and Road initiatives and FOCAC initiatives with Africa's own ambitions can help us to leverage on the opportunities that Africa can offer. What matters most is how we as Africans can negotiate and shape these engagements to serve our long-term interest, which is included and clearly outlined in the Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to work together with China and make it a point that FOCAC has achieved its noble objectives of making sure that we have the most resilient and effective models of cooperation between the South to South countries that continue to cooperate amongst each other. It is development orientated and practical outcomes that can help us to achieve a more developed South to South cooperation between the progressive countries that exist within that boundary. The 10 partnerships agreeable action points that we had agreed in 2018 summit in Beijing continue to be relevant today. What makes FOCAC unique is its emphasis on feasibility and sustainability, and also ensuring that cooperation projects are designed to meet real development needs and deliver measurable key objectives of all of us as the countries who participate in that FOCAC summit. At the 2024 FOCAC summit, President Cyril Ramaphosa co-chaired a high-level panel on industrialization, agricultural modernization, and green development. His message was very clear, wherein he emphasized on Africa's integration and prosperity that depend on addressing its infrastructure deficit and building on a productive capacity of all African member states. Ladies and gentlemen, I also need to share with you President Xi's announcement of a 10-point partnership action plan that was backed by an amount close to 50 billion US dollar over the 3-year period that has provided a significant opportunity for African countries who participated in the last FOCAC to continue to take up those opportunities given to us by President Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China. But the test of its impact will lie in how well it is channeled towards Africa's priorities and also towards issues of trade facilitation and industrial parks that Africa so dearly needs for them to continue to can develop their individual economies. We need to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union Agenda 2063, which speaks about the process of having to build the Africa that we want. This remains a blueprint for transformation initiatives in the continent. Its seven aspirations as set out in the clear vision have focused more on an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful continent that is driven by its own citizens. And it has to be acting as a dynamic force in the global arena. We need to really work together with the rest of you as progressive stakeholders to make it a point that we continue to build the Africa that we want, that is driven by the African people and not the other way around. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to participate with China as South Africa at various bilateral forums that we continue to participate in. Distinguished guests, allow me to briefly reflect on South Africa's bilateral partnership with China. Our ties are rooted in historical solidarity, from China's support for our liberation struggle to our current cooperation across several multiple sectors that we continue to cooperate in. Over the years, these partnerships has matured into one of the most comprehensive and strategic initiatives that are necessary for the continent of Africa to continue to thrive. Because we always say we must take advantage of our geographic location as a country in the entire continent, because we always regard ourselves as a gateway to the rest of the continent. Hence, you continue to see us advocating for more infrastructure initiatives that can make it easy for other countries to come and bring their products to South Africa, and they can easily find their way through the rest of the continent. China is one of South Africa's largest trading partner, and equally, South Africa is China's largest trading partner in the rest of the continent. This speaks not only to the vibrancy of our bilateral relationship that we have with the People's Republic of China, but also to the potential where we need to leverage these partnerships as a catalyst for broader Africa-China engagements. Our partnerships requires a constant calibration to ensure that it delivers on mutual benefits, on those mutual agreements that we have said we want to cooperate with these progressive allies within the multilateral forums that we have in the entire globe. And our partnership must also create opportunities for African industrialization and value addition strategies that we always speak about. We always say Africa is endowed with rich mineral resources. How can we leverage on the existing partnerships between Africa and China and see to it that those minerals that exist beneath our soil continue to help us to turn our economic landscapes around? Ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate here today, let us remain mindful of the strategic states wherein Africa's modernization cannot be outsourced any longer. It must be driven by Africans, and Africans themselves must be at the center stage of their own developmental agenda. Partnerships such as FOCAC are valuable only insofar as they can help us to realize our own visions for the future of the continent that we want. China's vision of a shared future for humanity resonates very well with Africa's vision of a peaceful, prosperous, integrated continent of Africa that we want to see in the near future. The challenge before us is to align these visions in a manner that strengthens Africa's agency and accelerate its developmental trajectory. In closing, Program Director, South Africa, for its part, remains committed to advancing Africa's agenda and Africans' causes that we continue to raise sharply every time when we participate in FOCAC and also in other multilateral forums that we continue to participate in, be it BRICS, the G20, and also in the United Nations. Africa is the cornerstone of our foreign policy as a country of South Africa, and it is in this spirit that we need to engage with our partners in a manner that can help us to achieve cooperations that can help us to mutually benefit out of those areas where we cooperate in. Ladies and gentlemen, let this seminar not only generate new ideas, but also reinforce the principle that Africa's voice must shape the global agenda. Our task is to transform partnerships into empowerment, investment into industrialization, and dialogue into development initiatives that we have set for the continent of Africa. So therefore, I want to wish you well in your deliberations here today. And please bear in mind that we all need to build a more international, progressive internationalism that can make all of us feel that we are indeed part and parcel of a multipolar world that we seek to build for future generations to come. Thank you very much, Program Director, and the rest of the audience for your kind attention. Thank you.
So now the mic has to come down a bit. Deputy Minister, thank you so much for pointing us in the direction of what we need to be doing and what we've set ourselves to do as a country, as well as the kind of partnerships we want to participate in. Thank you also for bringing that perspective to the discussion. And I'm sure this will guide us in the panels and the deliberations that will get closer to the issues a bit later in the day. Thank you also for reminding us of the importance of alignment, integration, and cooperation as we go into partnerships. And particularly today as we speak about FOCAC, but also reminding us of the other relationships we have country to country, South Africa and China. Thank you so much. We are honored to have had you here today. When I was reading up on FOCAC, I saw that we've actually, FOCAC was initiated in 2000. So we are in the 25th year of this partnership and collaboration. And however the deliberations are going to go, that's a long time to be in a partnership. So I'm sure now as Minister Jinping comes up, he will focus us even closer on the actual FOCAC partnership. And I now warmly welcome you to the podium, Minister, to make some remarks on the China-Africa cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Program, Ms. Gloria Britton. Distinguished Mr. John Nashitans, Executive Director of Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflections. Your Excellency, Ms. Tandy Maraka, Deputy Minister of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. The Forum of China-Africa Cooperation, which was established at the turn of the century, has now entered its 25th years. Under the framework of the Forum, China and Africa have worked hand in hand, with infrastructure connectivity as the link, industrial and technological collaboration as the engine, and supply chain complementarity as the cornerstone. Together, we have continuously explored new areas of cooperation and growth, paving a new path toward industrialization and modernization. At last year's FOCAC Beijing Summit, President Xi Jinping announced the 10 partnership action plans, outlining a new blueprint for future China-Africa cooperation. In June of this year, in a congratulatory message to the ministerial meeting of coordinators on the implementation of the follow-up actions of FOCAC, President Xi announced a series of new initiatives to benefit Africa, including granting 53 African countries having diplomatic relations with China zero tariff treatment for 100% tariff lines through the entry into agreements on economic partnership for shared development. These measures inject new momentum into the win-win cooperation between China and Africa. Today's seminar highlights topics that are of great interest to our friends in South Africa and across Africa, including infrastructure transformation, green energy, and sustainable modernization. I would like to share with you some of the key progress China and Africa have made together in this area. First, deep integration of industrial chains is accelerating Africa's industrialization. Close China-Africa cooperation in industrial chains has become one of the key drivers of this process. With the infusion of Chinese technology, capital, and market access, combined with Africa's young workforce, abundant mineral resources, and regional market advantages, Africa is building a virtuous cycle of technology manufacturing and light industry and textiles. By the end of 2024, these parks had generated a cumulative total output of 50 billion US dollar and create 73,000 direct jobs. According to a report released this year by the IMF, under the guidance of FOCAC, China-Africa cooperation has become a key driving force of Africa's current economic growth, with Chinese investment raising Africa's local process rate from 15% to 45%. Secondly, technology and investment are driving Africa's digital transformation. China and Africa have established complementary industrial chains in fields such as the digital economy and green technologies, while new growth engines in areas like new energy and artificial intelligence are gathering momentum. Today, China has become one of the major exporters of AI technologies and products to Africa. Chinese tech companies are deeply involved in South Africa's digital transformation. Huawei has helped build the country's 5-generation network, making South Africa the first nation in Africa to launch commercial 5-generation services. Tencent Cloud, drawing on China's technological expertise, has helped empower Takealot to become a benchmark for African e-commerce. China and South Africa are now planning to jointly establish an artificial intelligence research center, working together to shape a digital future. Thirdly, green cooperation for mutual benefit is fostering Africa's sustainable development. Chinese financial institutions have established dedicated funds for green industrial chains, while Chinese enterprises have implemented hundreds of clean energy projects in Africa, covering wind, geothermal, and solar power. The photovoltaic plants built under China-Africa Cooperation alone have reached a cumulative installed capacity of over 5 gigawatts. China's Juncao technology has also taken root in Africa, serving as a model of small yet beautiful cooperation. Green cooperation, driven by clean energy and sustainable agriculture, has become a vibrant growth pole in China-Africa industrial landscape. In the fight against climate change, China-South Africa cooperation has been especially fruitful. The Redstone concentrated solar power plant, built by a Chinese company in South Africa's Northern Cape, is the first tower-type concentrated solar power project in Southern Africa. It not only meets the electricity needs of 200 households, but also promotes technology transfer, helping South Africa foster its own local renewable energy industrial chain. Fourthly, infrastructure connectivity is laying a solid foundation for Africa's development. Over the years, China has added and upgraded more than 10,000 kilometers of railways, participated in the construction of nearly 100,000 kilometers of roads, and laid over 60,000 kilometers of submarine cables across African countries. Through China-Africa Cooperation, nearly 1,000 new bridges and close to 100 ports have been built. The Durban-EB-Kluti Interchange Expansion Project by China State Construction Engineering Corporation is the largest single infrastructure investment by the South African government in the past decade, and it is expected to make significant contributions to regional connectivity and economic growth once completed. This three-dimensional layout of corridors, hubs, networks is shaping thousands of economic corridors across Africa. It generates a multiply effect of building a road, boosting an industry, and enriching local communities, while advancing industrialization, modernization, and urban-rural integration. In doing so, it opens new pathways for Africa's development. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve industrialization and modernization, Africa needs a peaceful and stable development environment. China is ready to help Africa enhance its capacity for independently safeguarding peace and stability, and is also ready to work with African countries to uphold world peace and stability, as well as international equity and justice. Earlier this month, President Xi Jinping delivered an important speech at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Plus meeting, putting forward a global governance initiative. Following the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, the GGI represents another major public good that China is contributing to the world. It aims to reform and improve global governance so that it better reflects changing circumstances, more effectively addresses various global challenges, and more strongly upholds the UN-centered international system and international law-based sector order. China is ready to strengthen cooperation with African partners, working together to explore ways to reform and improve global governance, and to jointly open a bright future of peace, security, prosperity, and progress. This year, South Africa hosts the presidency of the G20. China will actively support South Africa in its role of presidency and will put forward new initiatives and measures to support Africa's industrialization and modernization. In conclusion, on behalf of the Embassy of China in South Africa, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Mapungubwe Institute for strategic reflection and to all the distinguished guests present. I wish today's seminar a full success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Zhengping, for really concretizing the program of FOCAC. Specifically, I think we benefited from listening to your presentation on the two themes, but also on the broader themes of FOCAC, and drawing our attention to both the technological infrastructure as well as the green development initiatives. And those are the kinds of issues that we're going to get even closer to when we get into the panels later on. So thank you very much. I'd like to just say to all of us, because we're going to go on to a tea break in a minute, both Deputy Minister and the Minister from China will be leaving us during the tea time, so they will, because of other commitments, be leaving us. And I would like to just right now say a huge thank you, a MISTRA thank you to you for gracing us with your inputs, your knowledge, and preparing us for the debates that lie ahead. And we look forward to further cooperation and engagement with both the department as well as the embassy. So I wanted to say that thank you before you take your leave. Just some housekeeping before we go so that we can move smoothly into the next part of the program. We will take tea for 20 minutes. I hope that's okay. We're slowly catching up on time, so I'm sure we'll get there. We would like to ask the panelists, who I believe are sitting together almost in this section here, to first go to the station at the back to be mic'd up for the panel. the facilitator and the panelists, if you can do that before you go to tea. I'm told it won't interfere with you having a sandwich and a nice cup of tea, so don't worry about that. And then if we can ask you to immediately, when we restart, to take your place on the panel so that we can move into the discussion you're going to be having. If I'm correct, it's 10:25. If we can be back in the room at 11:15 promptly, that would be great. Please have great conversations, meet new people, and chat to colleagues you haven't seen for a while, and just catch up. Thank you. We'll see you after tea. Welcome back for the second segment of our program, where we're going to kick off with the first panel of today. Oops. Thank you. Which will address industrialization and infrastructure transformation. We have our panel members up here already. Thank you very much for coming up. Before we go to the panel and I introduce them, I wanted to say that today's work and collaboration with the Embassy on FOCAC is one of the long-term projects that MISTRA works on. For many of you already know MISTRA's work. We focus on the long-term trajectories of the issues and challenges of our country. That is perhaps the significance of the work that MISTRA does. Many years ago, and I won't remember the year, but MISTRA did a publication, quite a deep research in collaboration with the Chinese university on the rise and decline and rise of China, searching for an organizing philosophy. Also last year, we did a conference looking at the Thucydides trap, in which the Chinese embassy was a partner. And then I want to highlight this publication, Reflections on Africa's Place in the World, which focuses on Africa's agency as we move forward in our developmental trajectory. So in the foyer, you'll see many of our books. We encourage you and urge you to have a look at them and consider taking some of them home with you. They are for sale. Yeah. So firstly, a warm welcome to our panelists for this first panel discussion. I'll start with introducing the moderator and then just brief introduction to the panel before I sit down. Ms. Luanda Matroleni, is a new researcher at MISTRA. She's fresh, and she's a researcher in the knowledge economy and scientific advancement, shortened as KESA at MISTRA, and she will be moderating the panel. Then if you look at your program, we've just rearranged the order because of technology mainly. And you'll see on the screen smiling at us. Welcome, Mr. Dennis Niki. He is the Executive Director, China Africa Center, Africa Policy Institute, and he will obviously join us online and do his presentation from there. Then we are very honored also to have with us today Mr. Alec Irwin. And I think what is important is that right now, while he's the chairperson of Ubu Investment Holdings, we all know he was the Minister of Public Enterprises, as well as the Minister of Trade and Industry, as well as the Deputy Minister of Finance. So we are very honored to have you, and you bring your experience to the discussion today. Welcome and thank you. And then we have Dr. Mubatu Muhai. Thank you very much for joining us. She is from the University of Witwatersrand, and she's a policy analyst and researcher with a PhD in international relations from the University of Wits. Then we have Dr. Zef Nhleko. Thank you for joining us. He is the Chief Economist at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Unfortunately, Ms. Makata couldn't join us this morning. We're very sorry not to have her and experience here today. We hope that she will still make an input into the post-seminar discussion or papers we may put together from here. So that's what I need to do. And so I now hand you over to Luanda, or Lulu, and she will conduct the rest of the proceedings for the panel. Thank you. If anybody needs the clicker, it's here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gloria. Again, good morning to all our attendees. And today this panel will be focusing on the industrial aspect of the conversation, and we will be starting with our online presenter. Please take us away.
Thank you very much for having me. It is indeed both a privilege and honor to participate to this timely forum on reimagining Africa's modernization, leveraging FOCAC partnerships for technology and green development. I want to first set the context of the discussions, and I premise my arguments on the first articulating Chinese modernization through both theoretical and empirical lenses, drawing from Charles Kindleberg's theory of hegemonic stability and Joseph Ney's articulation of Kindleberg trap. China has managed to challenge the assumption that rising powers inevitably destabilize world order. Rather than replacing the United States as a hegemon, China has pursued to an alternative model of global leadership through initiatives such as the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, among other global public goods. If I take you back, since its inception in 2000, FOCAC has become the greatest shared human value of promoting sustainable development. It has redefined the concepts of development and modernization while connecting and transforming the continent of Africa and China, once described at the beginning of the 21st century as a dark and hopeless continent by the Western-led partners. Africa, after 25 years of FOCAC, can now reclaim its rightful position as a rising continent. FOCAC is anchored on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. FOCAC has greatly improved the economic development of the continent. It has attracted foreign investment, promoted local employment, freeing people from poverty, and gradually moving populations towards a prosperous and well-off life. FOCAC has also paved ways for other shared human values in Africa, such as the adoption of the implementation of the Belt and Road Initiatives. We have the Global Development Initiative. We have the Global Security Initiative. In Africa, within the Horn of Africa, we have the Outlook on Peace and Development in the Horn of Africa. We have the Global Civilization Initiative and also now the Global Governance Initiative. These transformative initiatives have played a huge role in rationalizing Africa's Agenda 2063 and the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. But to stick on my thematic issues as what with the panel we are going to talk about, I'll be able to focus on the industrialization and infrastructure transformatives. And I'll be able to base my arguments on the Beijing Action Plan for the 2025-2027. When you look at industrialization, one is that this has become the cornerstone of what Africa desires to be able to transform and leapfrog from where it is right now. We've seen a lot of partnerships under FOCAC in Africa. We've seen China has established industrial parks. We've seen special economic zones across Africa. We've been able to see the promotion of manufacturing linkages to reduce dependencies on raw materials exports. Through this, we've also seen the support of skills transfers, vocational trainings, and technology adaptations. When you go to, and all these plans aligns very well with Agenda 2063 and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The other thing, when you look at the infrastructure, which happens to be the arteries of development, we've seen projects that China has been able to undertake under FOCAC. We've seen that Africa has been able to benefit by having more than 100,000 kilometers of road constructions. We've seen 10,000 kilometers of trade road. We've seen 1,000 bridges that have been constructed and approximately 100 ports. These projects have been able to become a fulcrum and frontier of development in the continent. I'm able to take 2 or 3 key projects. I'm able to talk about my country, Kenya. We've seen the construction of the Kenya Standard Gauge Railway. And this railway has been able to be anchored on the East Africa Railway Master Plan. Once completed, we're able to regenerate the railways connecting Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, DRC, Ethiopia, and beyond. Goods and services will be easily transported from one country to another in a safer, faster, and cost-efficient way. And these distinguished guests and participants, it spells the true concept of Pan-Africanism, where Africa not only always shares a common history, but a common destiny. We also look at the Ethiopian-Djibouti Railway, which have been able to connect Ethiopia, a landlocked country, to the maritime trade routes of the Gulf Eden of the Red Sea. We've also seen projects like the Nigeria's Lekki Deep Sea projects. We've seen projects in Angola. We've seen projects in Tanzania. We've seen projects in Uganda and across the continent. And these projects demonstrate China's competitive advantage in financing, speed of delivery, and large-scale execution. And I wanted to do a comparative, basically study on why FOCAC has been effective vis-a-vis other strategic partners that we've been able to have. For example, the US under the AGOA Act, which emphasizes trade preference, but offers limited infrastructure financing. We've seen the EU Global Gateway, which is an ambition on sustainable, but also been slower in the disbursements of the financing. We've seen the Japan's TICAD, which focuses on infrastructure, but yet on a smaller scale. We've seen the Russia's Africa Cooperation, which heavily is more of the security driven, but limited when it comes to development financing. We've seen other like France Africa engagements, which also continues to remain on dependencies and conditionalities, and why FOCAC has been able to transform the continent for the 20 years that we've been able to have it, that FOCAC has been able to, 1, speed, 2, scale, and also it's based on infrastructure first orientation. Just to summarize my points and all that, as we reflect and move forward, the lessons that emerges, especially for Africa, is that one, that Africa must define its agenda. Partnerships always work best when Africa negotiates collectively. And this is something that the Africa Union can be able to guide the continent to ensure when we go to the sitting table and able to negotiate that we talk as a bloc. And also industrialization must be green and inclusive, especially at the time that we struggle a lot of drought and other climate-related issues. We need to ensure that our industries are green and inclusive. And also, we must ensure that our infrastructure should connect markets, spur regional integration, so that we can be able to ensure that everybody able to enjoy this infrastructure. As I conclude, the Beijing Action Plan 2025-2027, the question is not whether Africa should engage with FOCAC, but how Africa can shape FOCAC into a partnership that truly serves Africa's aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wadniki, for your submissions. And I think as we lead on to the following speakers, we also, maybe the speakers will touch on some of these issues, the existing trade bottlenecks that exist across the African continent, with the need to integrate ourselves into the Africa Free Trade and how that looks like. needing to overcome the 170 billion infrastructure deficit. Also recognizing that by 2050, Africa will be hosting 25% of the world's youth under the age of 35, translated into 830 million. What does that look like in terms of us being cognizant of innovation, infrastructural capacity building, and moving away from the now emerging critique within the green economy space, the emerging green economy space, of just having trade that is very influenced by what we see as tech transfer that is embedded into the multilateral agreements. And I'd just love for us to also touch on those aspects that almost give us a very nuanced debate. But thank you, Mr. Monwaki, for your contributions. Now I call upon Mr. Alec Owen. Please take us away.
Thank you very much. Firstly, congratulations to MISTRA for putting this together. There's a reason for it. I think there's a tendency very often for people to think that industrialization will come with investment and finance. Unfortunately, we've got 50 years of experience that shows you it doesn't. Industrialization is a very, very much more complicated process. And really, in this day and age, you need manufacturing. If you think of South Africa's history, it started industrialization way back in the 1880s with the gold mines. But that's not manufacturing. So I want to focus on three things that government are responsible for. We'll touch on some of the points you've made. And I think governments haven't fully woken up yet to their responsibilities. I've got to be blunt, as I've traveled around Africa many, many times over the last 2 decades. Most governments are nowhere near ready for a process of manufacturing or industrialization. There are three critical issues that the government's responsible for. Don't ask the private sector to be responsible because they run a business. They don't run countries or economies. So the first is what we broadly call the ecosphere. But this is critical. Modern manufacturing cannot take place effectively unless you're doing something I'll come to later, unless you have a developed system of standards. Standards about the production methods. This is beyond just ISO. We're all familiar with ISO. This is a system of standards. But for manufacturing, it's much more complex than just a standard. It's a system called homologation, which is really a system that ensures that the physical integrity of what you've manufactured can either do what it says it can do or is safe. These systems differ around the world. So you have to have multiple recognition agreements. You've got to have a place in your economy where you can do those recognition agreements. In terms of the World Trade Organization, countries should have a single shop that they can go to for all of this. In South Africa, we started something called the International Trade Administration Commission, which is our one-stop shop for everything. But I only know of one other place in Africa that's got that. So if you try and find out the regulations of even a very advanced economy like Egypt, I can tell you it's bloody difficult. So it's the ecosphere, it's standards, it's homologation, it's having a bureau of standards that can go check the standards, check the homologation, check the documentation, talk to other countries. The second area that's absolutely critical is policy and policy consistency and sustained policy. There's a tendency to believe that if I give investment incentives, I'll get industrialization. You won't. You won't. I mean, as I'll come to an example later of automotive, we talk to governments and say, okay, we'll give them investment incentive. So we said, look, man, the company could buy your whole country with its revenue. They don't come here because of investment incentives. So industrial policy also has to adapt to the nature of the industry you're dealing with. You can't use the same investment policies in agriculture as you can in automotive. They are fundamentally different. So you need in government analytical capacity. Because if government just listens to all the advice it gets, what happens, it just gets bloody confused and nothing happens. So you need analytical economic capacity. We all know, and I'll come to China in a moment, but we all should know the history of MITI. Japan's industrialization doesn't happen through a few companies. It happened through MITI, Ministry of Industry and International Trade. So consistent policy. And the third is a very important point. The investment must be a value addition to the economy, i.e., it must be a net value add. Now, I'm afraid in many industries, it's quite easy to have not a net value add, but a net cost addition. I'll illustrate it with two industries which are notorious for this. One is the automotive industry. What happens is a plant gets put up. We call them screwdriver shops. It's just a big depot. A vehicle gets disassembled. It gets manufactured fully in country X. The reason they manufacture it fully is to meet their homologation commitments. Then they just dismantle the tires, or they dismantle something else, put it in a crate and send it somewhere. The other end, it's put together, no homologation, so you don't know whether it's been put together properly again, or whether the right tires have been used. What has that done? It's raised the cost of that vehicle because you've disassembled something you've already built, right? And it raises the cost of reassembling it again. So actually you get more expensive vehicle. You think you've started a factory. You haven't. You've started a warehouse. And what does it do to your balance of payments? You've just increased your import bill massively. So this kind of they like to call it light manufacturing. Now, for government, you've got to look at it's not light manufacturing. It's a cost addition to your economy, and it's a serious balance of payments problem. So government's got to watch that. Even in South Africa, with advanced policies, we've made mistakes, and we've let certain companies in and do that. It can be done in clothing and textile. It can be done in all sorts of things, anything that's a fairly complex thing. So value addition is crucial. Now, if we don't believe those three as being crucial, I'd recommend we go and study your partner's history, China. We started studying that in South Africa in the early 90s because we suddenly realized, my God, we've got a lot to do here. China have done the greatest transformation of any economy world history's ever seen in 35 years. Why? Because all three of those things they put in place firmly. They put in place a system of standards, adjusting to the international world. Because you remember some of the early investments were American, European, German. They put their standards together. They put a policy together, but in China, it's a strategic policy for the whole economy. These days, the state companies are managed, as they'll tell you, by a strategic director, SASAC, State Council for State Assets. It's got a strategy. All the things that the minister correctly talked about advances they've made, all planned as a strategy and implemented from the 1990s to now. So you have to have a strategy, but they've gone one step further. When they build infrastructure and they build the factories to produce the equipment for the infrastructure. And the infrastructure is not just economic, it's socio-economic. It's schools, roads, housing, clinics, equipment for that too. So when I do IT, I'm putting it into modern infrastructure. When I'm build a massive highway, I make the cars to go on the highway. When I build massive railways, I make the trains to go on the railways. If I open airports, I build the planes. China's a big enough economy to do that. So this thing, and that leads to two things. It leads to industrialization and manufacturing, but it leads to development because it develops people. So we can learn those lessons. Anyone who sort of says, look, just leave it to the market and they'll sort it out, the state plays no role, or condemning you to underdevelopment forever. But governments in Africa haven't yet woken up. Ours is also going to sleep a bit, to be honest. Haven't yet woken up to what their responsibilities are in those three critical areas. The challenge, what's an exciting opportunity, which the next panel will look at, as we do these things, we've got to do it with a new context. Loosely, we call it green manufacturing. That poses new and interesting challenges for the types of manufacturing processes, for the energy systems, for renewable energy. All of these issues, we need new ecosphere for those. And we have to learn and borrow from that. Very briefly, too, on the AFCTA, I think people don't know. A free trade agreement, the proper economic logic for a single market and the free trade agreement, the tariffs are not the key issue. They're important, yes, of reducing. The key issue are those two things of ecosphere and value addition. So you harmonize your ecosphere for your trade and industrial and manufacturing system, making it easier to trade. Borders and these things are quite small, can be fixed within 6 months. I can fix a border, but I can't put up the institutions for all of those ecosphere issues that easily. There are other more technical issues that are very complicated. There's a concept of cumulation. There's concepts of process definition. Because if you set your rules of origin too low, you end up with the industries I just spoke about in auto. So you've effectively opened your whole of African market to an external party who's not industrializing your economy. It's just selling you a higher cost product. So the best thing about the AFCTA is it's forcing governments to take economic management and administration and strategy seriously. Right? We're resisting. There are many countries who want the rules of origin to be very easy because they say we haven't got any industrial capacity, so you must make it easy for us. We say, no, that destroys all other economies. You can't do that. But if you truly understand what cumulation means, you don't have to worry. You can set quite a high standard, but that will encourage you to buy from another African partner to reach the cumulation. So these are very technical issues, and we're having difficulty. As you can see, the areas that we have not agreed in AFCTA are cumulation rules for complex industries, right? For certain agro-processing, and for things like clothing and textile. You remember I mentioned those two. Those are all complex industries are subject to this possibility of not industrializing, but cost adding. So it's a great and challenging time. The partnership with China, I would recommend two things. First, anyone who wants to talk about industrial policy and economic growth and development, if you haven't gone through and studied the Chinese experience of the last 40 years, then forget it. You're not even on the right page. Because that'll explain to you what industrialization means. Right? Or you can go and study Sweden from an earlier period if you want to. Countries like that. Second thing, some wonderful partnerships are developing, as the ambassador spoke about. But for me, one of the most exciting by far, where South Africa adds more technology than China can bring to the table, is a wonderful space program cooperation. China's space program is now the biggest in the world. And very interesting. Our radio telescope, the SKA, is the most powerful radio telescope in the whole world. And we're cooperating. We're helping China in their space program as they go further and further and manage it. We're helping them with the radio technology. Great partnerships. Partnerships about advanced manufacturing. Now, then more than that, we are manufacturing the equipment that goes into the square kilometer array telescopes. We're using our rare earths to manufacture new digital chips. And we can partner with China because we can get so much technology from them. It's an exciting time. But as Joel and I were discussing, these opportunities only exist if the government's awake. Don't expect the private sector to take those opportunities. The private sector expects basics: stability, minimum corruption. If you give them a tax break, thanks very much. But yeah, they're not going to create industrialization for you. Governments are responsible for that, and they need think tanks like MISTRA to help them think and wake up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Owen. And I tend to agree with the sentiments that you've shared. And I think, Dr. Mabato, that's a brilliant segue in terms of policy, future-facing, in terms of policy development that is locally informed, but agile in nature. And what does that look like in terms of governance? And also what was mentioned by the previous speaker about analytical economic capacity in us engaging on reimagining Africa's modernization. Please take us away.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. So when I saw the topic on development, one of the first things that came to mind was where to even start, because especially in light of the current global context, not just what's happening at a global level, the trade, political dynamics, but also regionally, there's a lot happening. I think we can all agree that there's a shift towards economic nationalism. And what does that mean in a context whereby there are pockets of society and the global system that is encouraging greater cooperation, that is encouraging greater partnerships between countries? How do we manage national policies and interests versus the global mandate, and that is cooperation? And what's quite interesting is that it's I don't want to call it a phenomenon, because if you go back prior to the third industrial revolution, post World War II, so around the early 1990s, 20th century, economic nationalism once again was a key feature in the global society. And then you had World War I, World War II happen, and then you saw the emergence of your traditional global institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and so forth. And I suppose history always repeats itself, because now we find ourselves back into a position whereby there's increased conflict, there's countries are isolating more, both politically and economically. But I would say that whether or not we like it, don't like it, globalization is here to stay. It's a matter of how we engage with globalization. And once again, one of the biggest challenges that countries are facing is how to strike a balance between national interests versus the global objective and agenda. So I'm literally going to take it back to basics and asking the question of what is development? Before we can even understand or make sense of development in Africa, second to that, China's role in that, I think that it's important we understand what exactly it is that we are talking about, because development, I suppose, is one of those concepts that is not, it's subjective. What development means to you is not what development means to me. And I suppose from a research or academic level, there are different types of development, be it political, economic, social, cultural. But bottom line is that all types of development speak into each other. We cannot speak about economic development without speaking about political development. You alluded to it by saying that we may have the objective of industrializing, but if politically the ducks are not in a row, it's just an objective. Industrialization, development, more specifically, I suppose, economic development cannot be achieved in isolation to the other pockets of development. And I mention that because even in discussing China, its role, FOCAC, and so forth, it's not just about economics. It's about politics. It's about social development. And for me, one of the pressing questions is always, how does this translate to everyday experiences? How does this translate into sustainable development? How does this translate into, in this particular case, your everyday South African, your everyday African, our lives actually being improved? Or does it remain at high level benefits? So let me just see. Okay, maybe I'll just quick point, and this is something I'll draw back to later on. On that note, on development, I suppose it's not a huge surprise, but whenever you look at the Human Development Index, I mean, the top 10 countries, unsurprisingly, are your developed nations. The bottom 10, I'm pretty sure bottom 20 countries are African countries. Why is that the case? What about development is not translating? Is it the way in which we measure development? Is it structural issues that are not being as prioritized as the economic issues? When will we get to a point whereby at least bare minimum 3 countries listed in the top 50 most developed nations? You made reference to China and how they've got a Beijing model. And it's important to make note of that because it means that there was a vision that they developed at a national level, and that vision that they had translated it into the Beijing model informed everything else that they did. It informed the kinds of trade relations that they had. It informed the kinds of priorities that they would prioritize. So in engaging with the USA, engaging with South Africa, engaging with the UK, they were informed that our national mandate is accelerating economic growth, reducing poverty at a rapid level. And there was consensus at 3 folds of society: government, corporate, and ordinary citizens. From a citizen's level, there was a sacrificial generation. And I make highlight of that because in an African context, yes, we speak about, potential a lot, that Africa has huge potential, youngest generation. So, there's a business market that Africa has. And one of my resistance towards those kinds of conversations is, this sounds very abstract and hopeful because it's not backed up by conversations such as a model. What is the Africa developmental model? What is, even from a national level, what is a South African developmental model? The objectives: accelerate economic growth, reduce abnormal unemployment levels, try and accelerate industrial, but these are pocket conversations that we tend to have. How is this translating into, not only on paper, because I think when it comes to policies, I don't think South Africa doesn't necessarily have a policy issue, but you tend to see bottlenecks when it comes to things such as agreement from different sectors of society, sacrifices and compromises that need to be made. But I digress. I'm going to spend a brief amount of time just trying to contextualize, development in Africa a bit further, just so that we have a more concrete understanding of China-Africa relations. So, we all know that sub-Saharan Africa is extremely complex. Yes, and sometimes there's so much resistance when we speak about Africa, China, US, Africa, because it's, without intending to, it can reduce Africa to a country. Africa is characterized by countries, that've got, lower middle, upper middle, high income countries. Even when we speak about matters such as migration, the different types of migrations that different regions are faced with. In South Africa, it's economic migration. In Central West Africa, perhaps it's more conflict, refugees. So we need to also sometimes try and move away from using these broad terms in trying to locate Africa within the global context. But no less, Africa has, the world's largest free trade area and a 1.2 billion person market. Do keep that in mind. But second to that, it's important to ask who's benefiting from this large free market area? Who's benefiting from this population, this 1.2 billion person market? Now, on average, Africa is growing at a rate of about 3.5%. And I also put it to you that this does not mean that every African country is growing at this rate. Your Ethiopia's, Egypt, even Zimbabwe is picking up on that front, are growing at Rwanda. They are growing at really impressive, good rates. And then you have, other African countries that are growing at a negative rate. You have South Africa that is developing at just below 1%. So just keep that in mind also. But nonetheless, from an average aggregative perspective, it's important to ask that, as Africa continues, someone once say that Africa's the last explored continent. As the quote unquote, and that's from an economic developmental perspective, that is, how is all of this economic growth, this potential, translating into the provision of basic services? How is this translating into how the lives of ordinary Africans are improving or improved? How is this translating in terms of injecting back into infrastructure, healthcare, education? And I make note of this because industrialization cannot happen in isolation to these basic services. You need a skilled population. You need infrastructure to facilitate the economic growth that we speak of, and all of these possibilities that we speak of. We need not only employment, because, as some of us, or most of us, if not everyone would know, there's now conversations around, is South Africa's unemployment rate actually 32%? Because it's not accounting for informal employment. But over and beyond those kinds of questions in terms of how we measure unemployment, but what kind, given the global context, how things are shifting, there's now conversations around the just energy transition, the green jobs. How do we need to skill university settings and curriculum? How do we need to upskill primary schooling? How do we need to upskill secondary high school? And I make mention of all of that to say that if we know the basics, the fundamentals, the data, the numbers, what it is that we want, and formulate a roadmap on how it is that we're going to achieve it, it means that in having conversations with your Chinas, with your Japans and so forth, your conversations, the objectives are in line with your national objectives. Your conversations are in line with what it is that you want to achieve as a nation, not just for the next 5 years, not just for the next 2 years, but for the next 30 odd years. You have mentioned that it took, it's when China began its process, that was plus 40, 45 years ago. And it's important to make mention of that because it means that it's not going to be addressed within one term, a decade. And I go back to the point that I mentioned a bit earlier on, and that is who's willing to be the sacrificial generation. Now, in honing in on China-Africa trade relations, China's, in the early 90s, that's when we saw more accelerated growth between China-Africa partnerships. And Worth noting, because context is always important, the 90s also signals the end of the Cold War. And during that time, I always arguably say that one of the huge determiner in ending of the Cold War was Africa, because it was African countries going to go communist or democratic. And I only mention that to say that sometimes when you speak about Africa, we think of Africa as a student and not the teacher. And we often tend to think about Africa as lacking agency. But that is an example of the important role that Africa plays within the global context, whether or not, you know, Africa has a significant seat at the global stage, but a lot of turnaround moments in history are decided within the African context. But no less, in 2025 alone, over the past 7 months, so this is the latest data being in July, China's trade with Africa surged to 25%, reaching 122 billion US dollars just over the past 7 months. Like I noted, in the 2000s, China became, you know, the biggest buyer of mineral commodities that is needed, or that was needed to fuel its growing and expanding economy. And today, this has evolved to, you know, the export of Chinese goods from solar panels, cars to construction. It's important to note that, because what that highlights is that China's trade relations with Africa is evolving, as its needs are evolving, as the global economic system and elements such as 4IR inform what the needs are. And to this, and I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try to speed up. So this is the second last slide, and this just is to highlight who gains and who loses in this China-Africa relation. There's no shying away from the fact that there is an imbalance between African countries and China from a trade perspective. And this imbalance is indicative of a broader pattern. We spoke about structural issues, even at national level, for many African countries. We've spoken about lack of synergy at national level, and sometimes this transpires into international trade agreements. But China needs natural resources, you know, to inject into its growing economy. And it is indeed the world's largest energy consumer. And the International Energy Agency predicts that between 2008 and 2035, China will account for about 36% of total global energy. Now, as a result, there are specific resources that China needs, and this gives indication into which African countries are of priority to China. I mean, in January of this year, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited Chad, the Republic of Congo, Namibia, and Nigeria. And just quick summary, if you take Chad, for example, Chad plays an important role in China's efforts to secure global supply chain of critical minerals, whereas Nigeria is an important country in China's expansion or expanding its engagements in the economic community of West African countries. It goes back to the point of saying that what is the current global context? What is it being characterized by right now? That being 4IR technologies and so forth. And that gives huge indication as to how China's Africa relations are evolving, which countries are still priority countries, which ones are not. But in the long and short of it, Africa needs infrastructure. Africa needs, you know, the conversation that had, like, we need to continue to plunge into the manufacturing sector, industrialization, which will be facilitated by manufacturing. And there are a lot of lessons to learn from China. I think that we've outlined the various ways that China has done something that no other country in the world has done. And there are a lot of, like we've mentioned, lessons to learn from that. But once again, it's important to also for African nations to identify what their needs are, how to accomplish those needs, and in turn, how can we make sure that agreements such as under FOCAC and so forth speak into regional objectives set out by the AU, for example, set out by NEPAD, set out by even from a national level. And I think for me, just the long and short of it is that also from African countries, there needs to be greater strategic thinking on how to strengthen our own national and regional institutions, breathe oxygen and life into them so that when it comes to economic and trade agreements, African countries are in a better position. How do we give life back to NEPAD so that it becomes a representative force for African nations when it comes to trade agreements? How do we breathe life into even structures such as, the African Development Bank, but in essence, at the heart of just what I am going to and trying to say is that the world is evolving. China's position in the world has and continues to evolve. How is Africa's economic position evolving? 30 years from now, how do we move away from conversations around we need to move away from the extraction of natural resources? What do we do? What do we need to do now? How do we leverage on engagements with your Chinas and so forth to also evolve our economic position? And that goes back to asking critical questions such as, do we have a developmental model? Even from a national level, does South Africa have a developmental model? What is our agenda? And do we actually have a clear roadmap on how it is that we're going to achieve that? And therefore, how does then agreements and bodies such as FOCAC speak into this long-term vision and mission that we have not only as a country, but as a continent? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mabacho. I think we can get a lot from what you've just shared with us, really helping us to think deeper about policy at a macro level and how it actually engages with the everyday lives in terms of, are they fit for purpose? Do they actually increase the quality of life of the average African citizen? Also for you calling for stronger African institutions to be representative bodies in these bilateral and trade agreements. And it's a call for development, and I think that then provides us with a brilliant segue to you, Dr. Ntleko, as our unongowa in this in this discourse, to say, where are we? Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you so much, Lulu, and thanks for the invite. I for a few weeks I was wondering, why is MISTRA not inviting me to some of these conversations? But as I was seated here, it suddenly occurs to me that, look, I need to be careful how I frame my interventions for two reasons. One is one of my board members is sitting in the room, and this whole thing might end up in my performance appraisal. But the second one is my previous chairperson at the DBSA ran into issues with the US after talking at a MISTRA event. I don't know what he said, but I know that he ran into issues. So I need to be careful how I frame my conversation here. But I just want to talk about 3 points that I think are going to be important for us to leverage this China-Africa relations when it comes to advancing how we finance the infrastructure in the continent. And for me, the question of transformation has to do with access to infrastructure. And so that becomes very important, you know. So how do we see the continent? How do we see the region? Well, the DPSA, which by the way was ushered into its current post-apartheid form by the then Deputy Minister of Finance, Alec Ewen, on the government side, and Professor Wiseman Kushu on the board side. We develop infrastructure in the continent. So our mandate is a 60-40 ratio that we must maintain in terms of exposure to the continent, 60% in favor of South Africa. And we do this, we do infrastructure across all the network sectors, you know, energy, water and sanitation, transport, digital infrastructure, and so on. We are exposed, or we have exposure to a third of the African nations. So we have a fairly good feel, you know, of the key principles that become important when one needs to advance financing. Maybe let me touch on those three before I come to my 3 points for FOCAC. The first one is the economics of the region. It's important to understand the cycles. Where are we? So which big interventions can we start? A simple thing like elections is an important, you know, break point to understand, because the year before elections and the year of elections and even half of the year after the election, these are dead years. You will not find serious infrastructure decisions made in that space. So if you want to commit, well, you can commit, but nothing will happen. You know, so that's important. But if you look at the region, the economics of the region, SADC, for example, there's a very clear trajectory that growth is improving. You know, reaching 3%, let's say, next year. So there's an nice up cycle. You look at inflation is coming back from levels of, say, 16, 17%. It's coming back down to levels of around 8, 7 in 2026, you know. Yes, interest rates are still elevated, averaging around 11%, but because of the inflation that's coming down, you will begin to see those coming back down, you know. Debt, sovereign debt, which is a big factor in as far as infrastructure is concerned, particularly public infrastructure, is improving, but is improving very slowly. Why? Most of the African nations, if you think 4 or 5 years ago, for example, the government deficit in the region was financing the economic side of things, the so-called economic wage, you know. Then COVID came, and then we all scrambled to fix that. Now, if you go and do the same impulse test, for example, you will find that primary deficits are not positively influencing GDP growth, which means these deficits, these sovereign debts, are at best neutral or negative. And that's important to understand, because it means more and more money is going to the so-called social wage. Now, well, that's a totally different debate. We can debate that, but I'm just pointing out that understanding those cycles and understanding where the sovereign policies are at is quite important for infrastructure. That's the one. That's economics. When it comes to the infrastructure development trends in the region, for example, we can talk about the infrastructure need in Africa, and we agree on that. Well, we can debate about how much exactly is the size of this infrastructure need, whether you look at the African Development Bank studies, or you look at African Finance Corporation studies, or you look at the Africa European studies, or any other private sector. But the bottom line, and where we should perhaps focus and pay attention, is if you take the energy sector and we continue on this trajectory, it means by 2030 or thereabout, we will have more than 600 million people that lack access to energy. If we continue like we are doing now, that's a fact, that's there. You look at transport. We currently have just over 50% of our roads that are paved. Now that's a huge gap. You have these corridors that we are talking about that require investment, so they are there. That's there. You look at water and sanitation. More than 400 million people still lack safe water in the region. More than 400 million. And there's something like 75% where people don't have properly managed sanitation services, So that's a gap. It's there. Whether you quantify it, but it's a gap, it's there. You look at the digital infrastructure, you find that the region, the continent, is lagging behind world progress, both in terms of reach of the service, but also the quality of the service penetration. So that's a gap. So I'm suggesting that yes, we can have numbers. This is the size of the need and so on, but these things are not going to go away. So what becomes important here for me is the technical skills that we're talking about. The Redstone CSP was mentioned earlier. We're very proud to have funded that. The Kenya standard gauge rail that we funded, them tend to breach that we are putting up here. When Sandral came to us and say, can you assist us to procure somebody that can build a bridge? We couldn't find anyone. We had to bring in a Chinese company to partner with a local company to build it because of the nature of the bridge. It's the highest bridge, more than 2 football fields high. It's the longest bridge, more than 1 kilometer long. Nobody has done it before. So technical skills become important. So that's one aspect that we look out for when we're talking about the China-Africa cooperation. Then when it comes to risks in the space, which is my third important principle, I said we are exposed to 33% of the continent. But in that 33%, we find that at least up to 75% of these nations are moderate to low risk. That's what we find. That's why we're funding. But you have a totally different perspective when you speak to rating agencies about the same spaces. They will tell you, no, this is too risky. No, this is, default rates are quite high. Whereas, in fact, some studies have shown that infrastructure investment default rates in the African continent are among the lowest, if not the lowest in the world. So these things we need to understand as we think about how do we finance, how do we make sure that our partnerships to finance this infrastructure take these things into account. Now, here are the points I wanted to make about how should we be leveraging this relationship with China practically. So the first one is we need to make sure that we cooperate or we partner to reduce the cost of funds for us in the continent. Because, by the way, the China-Africa cooperation agreement, it doesn't replace anything. It doesn't displace anything. It's just an additional partnership. It's an additional alternative. Because sometimes when we talk about these relationships, people think that we are displacing something or we are replacing something. No, we're not. We're just adding, a partnership. So the cost of of funding becomes important for infrastructure in the continent, so that we borrow in local currency. What do I mean by that? And this is not theory, I'm talking about practical stuff. I was at the recent BRICS in Brazil, and I signed a 2.1 billion renminbi line from the China Development Bank. That was brought here, so it's renminbi, it's brought here, it's converted to rand, but it's still below market rate, it's still below JIBA. Now that's what we're talking about, local currency borrowing and making sure that the cost of money, the cost of doing infrastructure is low. Given this need of infrastructure development that we have, the gap that we're all talking about. So the price of developing this infrastructure becomes very important. The cost becomes very important. I mean, we know, I just said now, how the sovereign debt levels look like in the region. So you don't want to add or burden, the governments further, because you'll be just adding problems. So this becomes important. So that's the first one, cost of funds. The second practical area that I think this cooperation should assist us to do is to co-finance these projects, these infrastructure projects, but also to utilize infrastructure guarantees to make sure that we bring on board private sector money to participate in these projects. And look, there's a lot of trade that we do with the People's Republic in the continent, close to $300 billion dollars by my latest estimate. So there's interest even from China to make sure that the infrastructure to service and to push this trade is in place. So this is important. But here's what for me becomes an important leverage, where you say, okay, the multilateral development banks in China, the likes of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, for example, they could offer guarantees to the local national DFIs in the continent to make sure that they use that for project finance, bring in private sector money for project finance. So what you're doing there, you are shifting, you're moving the burden from the sovereign, and somebody else is guaranteeing that, and then you can facilitate private sector participation. You can also do it with the large Chinese development banks like CDB, which can do the same, to guarantee that. So you are not burdening the government. You are not asking for more guarantees, which it doesn't have, which it cannot have, but you are shifting the burden. So that's the second issue. The third issue is using these mega infrastructure projects as anchors for industrialization. Because as you said earlier, Mr. Ewin, you have to have some sort of anchor on these things. You can't just wish them to happen, So here we're talking, if you think about the Konza City project, it's a massive, massive project in Kenya, or you think about the Abidjan Lagos highway that will go through a number of cities, or you think about projects here, South Africa, the independent transmission program, for example, or the private sector participation program in the rail space, freight rail and passenger rail. Or you think about the Water Partnership Office, for example, that these are all programs that are set up IPPO style, the Independent Power Producer Office style, where you say, create the platform, create the processes, bring in private sector to participate. For me, that's the correct way to do it, because where are you going to find public sector money to do all of these projects? You can't, you won't. I mean, in our case, for example, the minister said the other day, 61% of his non-interest expenditure goes to the social wage, 61%. So you're left with what to do this thing? So you need private sector money to come into this. So this becomes for us very important to do it that way. So those three for me are quite key. But maybe lastly, the question of transitions, because these things then tend to be clouded with, okay, but where's your just transition, where's your your sustainability and so on and so forth. I think it becomes important for us in the continent to understand that transition for us should mean development. You know, it's not just to move from fossils to another type of energy, and then you think you have transitioned. You've done nothing, because if you transition, we must talk about the level of investment that has failed to breach, on average, 15% for the past 10, 15 years. We must talk about the level of growth that has failed to breach 1% for the past 10, 15 years. We must talk about the poverty rates that are closer to 100 than 0. Wow. We must talk about the inequality rates that are closer to 1 than 0. So when we talk about transitions and these interventions and these, that's the problem we're trying to solve. Because if you're not solving that, then yes, we can say we've transitioned from this to that, but it would mean absolutely nothing. Let me leave it there.
Thank you. And I think I absolutely agree with you with your last point when you talk about the mixed method approach of how we handle the transition, and also understanding that there are some reports that tell us that the continent has not even moved, is at the tail end of the second industrial revolution, starting the third one. And that is imperative when we are shaping the discourses of what development looks like, job creation, and economic development for all. So thank you so much, Dr. Ntleko. I think now, can we give our participants another round of applause, please? We've had a rather fruitful engagement, and we are at that point now where we open it up for engagement from the floor. I also welcome our participants online to also ask questions where we will actually engage our panel on. So we do have a roaming mic, and the floor is now open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the presenters. I have a few questions, and I hope these questions would assist in terms of defining where we need to go or where we are as we're talking. You know, during last year's FOCAC, President Xi Jinping announced what it's called all-round strategic cooperative partnership in the new era with South Africa, upgrading essentially the relations with South Africa, and also upgrading the relations with the African Union. What I don't understand, and I've been trying to get somebody to explain the definition of this new era. And I find it very difficult for anyone to explain what does it mean. Because it's so fundamental to understand this definition, because it's going to lead to what, for instance, Alec Irwin was talking about, that you can't leave all the decision to market forces. There must be some level of political guidance in terms of that. But coupled with that, during the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, we've had new terminology that is starting to emerge, talking about the global governance, the new order. What does it mean? And President Xi Jinping spoke about the Global Governance Initiative without providing more details as to what does it mean. Now, this may be very deceptive if we don't deal with the details of the meaning, because you have what is called the rule-based order, which has been driven by Western countries, meaning that these rules are defined somewhere, and in most cases, these rules have extraterritoriality character in them, and they're imposed on the rest of the world, which a lot of countries have been very resistant to that, including China, Russia, and so on. And then you have the international law-based rules, which is the current rules that really govern everyone, that seems to be undermined by everyone. And now you have what I just defined has been talked about during the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Can anyone really explain how this feeds into what we're seeing in terms of this multipolarity that is emerging? It would be very useful to understand this concept. They seem very similar or semantic, but they definitely mean something. They change in character. I've tried to speak with our foreign policy experts here at home to understand the definition of the new era. It seems they didn't understand. They agreed the upgrade of the relations without understanding what is contained in that. My last question, it relates to the announcement by China in the last 2 weeks. This 10 billion investment in South African ports, economy, and innovation sector to build what some people are saying is the BRICS largest Silicon Valley in Africa. What it is really? What are the strategic nodal points for this ports that are being talked about? Because this contestation that is starting to emerge around the world around the strategic importance of the Cape of Good Hope, not only to serve the economy, but it has a dual use even for the military. I mean, if you look at the Simonstown naval base, the strategic importance of it, it's undeniable. And I've seen reports written, for instance, by the Huston Institute in terms of how the United States should not let that fall into the hands of the Chinese. So you can see there's a global contestation about the strategicness of the ports. And of course, because of the challenges that are emerging in the Red Sea around the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, going into the Persian Gulf. And if you look at that in terms of the biggest quest for oil, you look at both the consumption of the China and the US, the deficit in terms of what they are producing and what they are importing, and the strategic nodal point of these issues, and happening within the context of this emerging multipolarity and the new sources of power in this multipolarity. What happened to some of the countries in the developing world? So I think maybe now that we have all these experts who are here on Chinese issues, it would be very helpful to explain some of these issues to some of us, because then it would make sense to understand what direction or trajectory that our country is taking and the continent is taking. Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you so much. We'll take another 2 hands. Right at the back.
Hi, I'm Sia Taylor. I'm an IR graduate from Stellenbosch. My question is, China has built a lot of infrastructure on the continent, but there are concerns that most of the skilled jobs go to the Chinese. So the question is, how can Africa-China projects move from building infrastructure, but also building local expertise that last beyond the projects? Thank you.
Thank you. And here at the front, thank you.
Thank you very much for your very nice presentations, all of you. And I just want to ask you, because we in Africa suffered from colonialism, we need to enter into the post-colonial era. And how can we learn, what can we learn from China? China also went through difficulties. There was a war, Japan, all these, many things have gone through China. They also have about over 46 ethnic groups too. Despite all that, they united China, and they now have achieved remarkable, which is poverty more or less is nearly 1.5 billion people. There's no poverty now. What can Africa learn from China? How did the Chinese, for example, dealt with all the external actors, and what can Africa learn from them? I'm going to go to Zhejiang Normal University. They have been invited, where we are going to set up maybe a research center for mutually beneficial relationship, entirely to decolonize Africa from the rest of the world. We have a problem. The 14 countries, the Francophone countries, over 65% of their reserves are in French banks. When they take their own money, they pay interest. Can you imagine? This is colonialism. We're in a difficult time. We now have Ibrahim Traore, and he's struggling, and so many strange things are happening to kill him. And we have very strong difficulties in Africa. We are not free yet. Our resources, we are the richest continent in this planet. What don't we have? But we are the poorest people in this planet too. How do we change? What can we learn from China? What are the lessons we can draw from their experience? They also are very good Chinese. Let me tell you one good thing about them. They have their own knowledge, their own Mandarin, their own language, everything. Even though they take outsiders, they don't reject their own. In our case, we have a lot of problems. We copy, we mimic, we lose our own identity, and we are in a difficult time. We in Africa need to change. Can we learn something from China? What can we learn from them? Not all this, minerals, this exploitation, infrastructure, everything. We're not free yet. So can we please, I simply ask you, we have now done another book. It's called China, Africa, Science, Technology, Innovation, Collaboration. I hope all of you please read it. It's a big book, nearly over 600 pages. And we have done many, many good things about it. And I hope you could also see on the science, technology, innovation side, what good relationships we are trying to serve. The universities. Many universities in China also allow us to send students from Africa, so they get doctorates, many things like that. We need to do similar things also in inter-African relationships. So I really want to suggest that to you. Just a comment for you, not a question, but just suggest to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think I will go straight to our participants to engage some of the sentiments and questions that have been asked from the floor. And I will start with you, Dr. Mabato.
As a person answering the last question around lessons to learn. Many of times when we speak about Africa's developmental trajectory, where it's meant to be, it's often done either in isolation to the unique factors. But second to that, it's often done using generalized measures of where the continent should be. I'm going to go back. An example would be like the Industrial Revolution. We're now in the midst of the fourth Industrial Revolution. However, it's the fourth industrial revolution, where you've got a continent where there are pockets that are still experiencing the third industrial revolution. And even if you think about first, second, and partially third, African states were colonized during the first, second, and maybe during the third is when the independent stage started coming. And it's important to keep that in mind, because it meant that the global system was shaped outside of Africa's participation. So by the time African nations gained independence, you then became part of an international system that has a set agenda, priorities outside of your participation. And I say that to say that African nations prioritize joining the global system more than focusing on setting a set foundation. Now, in answering your question as to lessons to learn from China, and I'm glad I don't have any boss here, so hopefully I can speak without thinking too hard as to what to say, what not to say, but no less. In answering your question, China isolated itself. And during that isolation period, different stakeholders came together and said, what do we need to do? Okay, economic growth, let's put a number to this. Not only put a number, but what time frame are we working with? And going back to my point earlier on, is that different stakeholders, important stakeholders, were in the same room. There was synergy. Business, government, society, all came to a consensus that something needs to change. And this is the thing that needs to change. And they set out a roadmap as to how we're going to get there. Goes back to my point earlier on as to who's willing to be the sacrificial generation in the continent. And that's another tough conversation to have. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Ntago?
Okay, so you remember my footnote, right? So the question of what can we learn? I just started the back and go up. For me, it's one thing: clarity of policy implementation. Just that. Clarity of policy implementation. I mean, take the growth number in South Africa, the GDP number, pull it apart, the components. You will find that consumption has got the highest value in there. In fact, 2/3 of that number is consumption. From 1960 until now, we haven't been able to get growth to move with that number. So are we putting the money where we should? And my answer is no, we're not. Because we continue to prop up that one component of GDP, whether it's from public or private, but it does nothing to expand the cake for all of us. So shouldn't we be thinking about, well, let's move to another component, such as investment. Let's move there. Let's, put our money in there. So, but you need clarity of that policy focus from everyone, so that's what I think we can learn. The question of skills for me is an important question, because, like I made the example with them, tend to bridge. Yes, we didn't find the people locally, but then what do you do to make sure that when you bring in the outsiders, you pair them with local players to make sure that the skill is, reignited, regenerated? Because we used to have that skill, by the way. But because of our lull in the infrastructure space, people left. They went to other nations, to Dubai and so on, to work there. So you need to make sure. That's why at the DBSA, this is a non-negotiable, that either it's a foreign local pairing or it's a large small pairing. Doesn't matter, to try and generate the skill. So that's what we do. The question of funding the ports, we know that there is an infrastructure need. So we did studies, in fact, across all the network sectors to ask a simple question. How much will we need to fund infrastructure development in the next 10 years? So funding infrastructure development means laying out new infrastructure, refurbishing existing infrastructure, but using, these resilient principles, of infrastructure build, and using, population trends, growth trends, and so on and so forth. So for energy, water, digital,
Agriculture.
no, just the network sectors. I'm trying to think. Oh, we did education as well. And a bit of health. Just for those, the need was 14 trillion over the next, let's say, 10, 15 years that we will need to build and maintain our infrastructure. Now, we are doing currently 1.1 trillion of infrastructure, public-private, 1.1 trillion, but that number is too low. You need that number to be closer to 2 trillion, 1.8, 1.7, then you begin to move the needle. So I'm saying we need these investments. Now, should we be quibbling about who's investing and what does that mean politically? I don't know. For me, if you have the right fund sourcing principles, it shouldn't matter who's funding, really. You should get on with the business of putting up the infrastructure that you need in the country, and then you move on. Okay, the first question was on the new era stuff. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. All I can tell you is that the reason the Great Depression was prolonged for 10 years, for almost 10 years, was because of these so-called rule-based interventions. And that was abandoned after that because clearly it didn't serve anybody. That's why we went to multilateral approaches. I just don't see the world going back to that. It doesn't seem possible to me. But okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I'll just try and add 1 or 2 points to what's been said. On the first question, I don't think many people in the West fully understand what exactly has happened in the world economy and just how important and profound these statements by Xi Jinping are. They're not actually new. This is a political tradition that goes back to the period in the interwar years. Those of you who've studied this history, it came under the rubric of the National Democratic Revolution. This is a concept which says that each nation state should be allowed to be a sovereign nation state. That's the independence. And the democratic is not democratic Westminster Parliament. Democratic is countries must be allowed to make their own decisions. So take that history for China, Russia, the liberation movements in Africa had the same view. Then the change that took place around about the 1990s in the global economy is really very, very massive. Because both the two major planned economies, Russia and China, took big steps to actually open their economies to private capital. And you'll recall that in the early 90s, China starts to allow foreign investment, General Motors, all sorts of people. Russia, they do it differently, and this is interesting. China actually manages its transition far better than Russia does. So China brings in, because the experience showed that a centrally planned economy ends up being inefficient. We are unable to plan such complexity. So points many of you have been making. What China and to some extent Russia, but let's focus on China because China then works out a detailed approach to how the market will function. Don't underestimate it. They bring in market activity. They bring in foreign investment. But they keep it, I mentioned it in my talk, they keep it under tight strategic control. So they allow investments, and I'll answer your question. When General Motors came in, they didn't allow it to bring in all the workers. So it's Africa's fault if we let the Chinese do it. And the Chinese president once told us that. He says, your bloody fault. You must put up some training programs. So that, because we're not going to stop the investment or the support. So China then changed, and we don't understand this. In the propaganda war, everything China does gets interpreted through the eyes of America's history, i.e. China must be imperialistic in design because we were. But watch closely what's happening. China, Russia, all the big economies realize that imperialism is no longer sustainable. Even attempting to be the global hegemon is no longer sustainable. Because what it does, it gets you into so many conflicts around the world, as they're no longer just passive colonies there anymore. You've got big countries that can hit back if you hit them. So my own analysis, although he's doing it in a strange way, but Trump's making the same decision. It is an American political tradition. Think back to the Monroe Doctrine. America originally didn't want to be imperial. It realized it got you into trouble because they could see what happened to the British Empire. So what they're talking about, and these are your questions, they're talking about an order based on independent sovereign states, democracy amongst nations. When China, the legend is, you see, China just wants Africa as a market. Let me tell you that 0.5% growth of income in China is probably 3 times the African market if you do a model on it. So what China is doing is saying, look, we like trade because we need things. And you've mentioned it, but people should have a careful study of what the Belt and Road Initiative is. Right? Very careful study. You know, you can get on a train, a goods train, in Southampton, and a few days later you can end up in Shanghai. That is the Belt and Road Initiative. So it's completely reconfigured the trade routes. The investment in ports is that we're the southern part of that route. So if we want to have an efficient trade route, we need good ports. Strategic significance of Simonstown and that we'd have to look at. These are much more complex issues, but the logic of building the infrastructure in Africa's ports is part of the Belt and Road. If we're going to have part of the belt goes through the north, which is now the world's biggest economic bloc by far, far bigger than Europe's. If you take China, India, Pakistan, and the Central Asian republics, Iran, that is much bigger than the EU in terms of output. So these are changing orders. So when they talk about a new order, they're talking about, I tend to disagree with you. You'll find that we'll go back to a multilateral system. Because in the 1990s, we were fortunate as South Africa to be part of those negotiations. Both Russia and China negotiated their entrance to the World Trade Organization. We, South Africa, worked very closely with both countries. Why did they do that? Because they're looking at a multipolar world. So it's better to have rules where might is not right. The Americans and the Europeans have made an about turn, which is going to cost them massively. When we started entering the negotiations for the WTO, those guys used to try and bludgeon us into accepting free trade. Why? Because they wanted Africa for their consumer goods and capital goods. But that's where the BRICS actually started. I don't know if people remember this. The first alliance that we ever made to defend ourselves was when we negotiated into the World Trade Organization. That alliance was called BIS. It was Brazil, India, South Africa. Within a year, when China started entering the negotiations, China came in. So the first BRICS was actually not, the R wasn't there yet. R came much later. So that grouping then also formed this group called the G20, not the G20 we're about to host, a G20 of developing countries. So we were not bludgeoned or bulldozed into the WTO. We negotiated our way in, and pretty much everything we wanted, we got. Why? Because we brought in Brazil, India, China, many other developing countries. Nigeria was a good partner. Egypt was a very important partner. And that's when the world started changing. But China and Russia and South Africa, we entered the WTO for the reasons the Deputy Minister said. We know that in a multipolar world where we all need to try and industrialize and manufacture, we need a rules-based system, but not what the propaganda calls a rules-based system. That was rules as understood by America. That wasn't the rules-based system. And a key part of this too is, so the point you make about Africa, a key part when they talk about this is allowing each country to follow their own path. So the meaning of rules-based for the Americans and the Europeans was, the rule is you must become a democracy like us, and you must open your economy to our markets, and whether you industrialize or not is irrelevant to us. The rules-based system we're talking about is the complex network of trade, the things I was talking about.
Yes.
Ecosphere, value addition provisions, equal treatment for each player. In the WTO, one country can block a decision. So the world has very, very much changed. What can we learn from China? We can't replicate what China did. We just don't have the political structures, the history, the tradition, or anything. My proposition was, what we must learn is the fundamentals. That what we've seen them do, and all the other developed countries in the last 50 years have done something similar. They haven't all been communist parties either. Scandinavians are not communist parties. The lesson is clear. Political coherence, clarity, strategy. What's now become clear too is it's a combination of state and market. It's not state or market or state versus market. It's a combination, but state must lead.
Yes.
Because state represents the public good, the collective good. But how you fit it together, in South Africa, we've articulated that policy very clearly through RDPs and many other documents which spell out clearly what it is. If you look at our constitution, it's a very carefully constructed constitution which defines exactly what the state can do and what the private sector can do, and the power of the state to regulate. And sometimes we don't understand our constitution well enough to implement it properly. So the statements being made are not about some dream. The statements are actually, if you study closely, are the fulfillment of 3 or 4 decades of development. And why we can now have a multilateral order where, because we don't have to fight about state versus market, are we going to be socialist or capitalist? What we need to do is and that's why we're sovereign, each sovereign state takes responsibility for the development and well-being of its people. How it does it is up to it to decide. But anyone who watches success stories will learn certain basic issues. On infrastructure, I agree with you very much, Steph. We've had 2 very interesting examples of massive infrastructure drives. Those of you who've studied Egypt in the last 20 years, in Africa, that's probably the biggest infrastructure drive that any country in Africa has undertaken. I mean, I don't know if any of you have been and looked at the Suez Canal.
Yes.
Go and look at the new Cairo city. The highway from Cairo to Alexandria, I think, is 5 lanes either side. Suez Canal, they've got massive industrial development zones. It's the biggest investment of the lot. Now, unfortunately, Egypt's not the fastest growing economy in Africa anymore. Why? Because it didn't manufacture any of that equipment. So now the maintenance of the equipment is a balance of payments crisis. These are the contrasting lessons.
Yes.
China uses its infrastructure to become a world's biggest manufacturing economy. Another big infrastructure drive, which we sometimes make the mistake in South Africa. We talk about infrastructure, but you can build big infrastructure, but if you haven't manufactured some of the equipment, you're going to enter balance of payments crisis within it. In Egypt, took what, 5 years? Hit a balance of payments crisis so serious that they only now are creeping out. Yeah. And then you get thrown, poop, into the hands of the IMF. And then that's the end of your economic policy.
Yeah, you're gone.
So this is I think it's a structural change. We've had the age of imperialism, where imperial powers dictated. We had 50, 60 years of neocolonialism, where they held the developing countries pretty much in check. We're about to make a change. Countries I mentioned in Asia have broken out. That's a multipolar system. Africa must make its choices. We know where we want to go, but to get there, each country, not Africa, you're right, that would be stupid. But in Africa, you can build cooperation.
Yes.
That's what the AFCTA is. But each country must go through its own. That man used to write that document, very important document. Some of us are old enough to remember it. We had a document called Strategy and Tactics.
Yeah.
And that was a detailed analysis done once a year, once a year. Detailed analysis of where we stand, what are the balance of forces, what's happening in the global economy. Now strategy and tactics is me deciding what shot I should play on the golf course. That's a great time we're entering, but we can learn from China, not exactly what they did, but the fundamental principles, and what they're proposing is crucial. Look at the SCO. I mean, that's an amazing development. It was started way back in 2000, but it comes from the Belt and Road. And then you've got FOCAC linking with Africa. So China is saying not that we're going to come to colonize or make you imperial subjects, or we need your market. They don't need it so much. So let's build a trade system where we can all benefit. Because if we've got a good trade system between China and us, we can also sell to them. And that's what people forget. The world's biggest trade systems are between countries that are manufacturing economies. It's not between countries that are raw material suppliers and manufactured economies, because there's more to trade. Sorry you're going so long, but it's a good questions. Interesting time.
Yeah.
No, some brilliant insights from the floor, and how our team of experts has been engaging with them. And now I'd like to go to Mr. Munaki online. You've been with us since morning. Please engage with us again.
Thank you very much. First, I do appreciate what my fellow panelists have been able to say and comment about. I want to attempt to answer the question of the issues of the new era. I know most of the things that we tend to struggle a lot with, the various jargons that always come from Beijing every single time. And but first, for you to understand the term new era, China has always classified or categorized its achievement in different stages of life. I'll take you back. When you look at the history, we had the revolutionary struggle, which was between 1840 to 1941. This is where we've seen the issues of the Opium War that were there, the issues of the anti-fascist war, where China was able to defeat Japan's aggression and be able to, which came to the end of the World War II. That's between 1931 and 1945. There's another era whereby we established of the Communist Party of China. That is 1921, and also now the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. I'm giving you this because it's key to be able now to come to understand the term new era. And also now we also have the other ways, the third intellectual debate that gave rise to the reforms and opening up. That's 1978, that was led by Deng Xiaoping. basically propelling the concept of socialism with Chinese characteristics, but also the time where China's modernization was able to peak and able to build and more industries. And so when you come to this term, the new era, basically it defines the terms or the achievements that China has been able to have. And also basically setting stage for the second centenary goal of building great modern society aspect. And for you to understand that China was able, in 2020, China was able to lift over 850 people out of absolute poverty. China has also managed to be able to bring over 500 million within the middle class level. And this is one of the greatest achievements that we'll be able to see from China. And so as China continues to push the issues of the new era, it's basically, actually, the last FOCAC is trying to say that we're not going to leave any man behind. Basically, we know that Africa has struggled when it comes to the issues of development. And we are planning to be able to lift and be able to grow together as civilizations. And so when you look at the 10-point agenda, the action plans that have been put in place, and today and currently we are in the first implementation year of the 2025-2027 10-point agenda, that China is ensuring that we're able to help Africa industrialize, able to ensure to Africa to be able to build its trade. I know for many times we've been saying that the issue of the trade imbalance between China and Africa, and which has been the case. We've seen now the issues of the zero tariff that have been introduced. We've seen that China is trying to ensure that they're able to enjoy world-class infrastructure development. We've seen the construction of the roads, the railways, all that. We've seen the issues of pushing the green development. In my country, we have a 50 megawatt solar plant that was able to be done between the partnership of China and Kenya, and many other projects that we're able to see. And this is what now defines China's term of new era, basically leaving no man behind, and able to ensure that each civilization is able to enjoy the pride of being developed, the pride of able to ensure that they're able to live like humans, and able to ensure that, one, you put people first, two, that they're able to maintain their self-confidence, three, you uphold the fundamental principles and adapt for an oriented approach. And for me, this is what I able to look at what the new era. When you look at the other question that we're able to ask about building local expertise, we've seen China being able to establish 17 Luban workshops in 15 countries. And these Luban workshops, which under basically they are pushing the issues of TVET, have been able to one, fall within the aspect of industrialization and skilling the content, which is very key, and has been able to ensure that Africa gets to deal with the issues of skill mismatch and the issues of weak industrial capabilities that we've been able to face for a long time. And so the Luban workshops have been able to do very towards the young people. In Kenya, we do have one of the Luban workshops. And we've seen a lot of guys being, especially the young people, have been able to be empowered and skilled through that program. And basically, and also to answer to, I've seen a question online on exactly some of the challenges that Africa is struggling with. And one, we know that still Africa is struggling with the issues of the low value addition. One of the things that we've seen that Africa focuses more on exporting its raw product than being able to push for more value addition. Today, Africa happens to open to supply over 40% of the critical minerals that are needed to be able to have the energy minerals, yet we are importing the products that have come from some of the lithium, the cobalts at a very expensive rate. We know there's the issues of the weak regional value chains. Still, Africa is struggling with the intra-Africa trade. It's still low. And that's why we are trying to push the Africa Control Free Trade Area to be able to see if we can be able to leverage that and able to deal with the low inter-Africa trade. We've seen still Africa, despite what FOCAC and other critical projects such as the Belt and Road and other public goods that China has been able to offer, still Africa, we're still struggling with low infrastructure. And this is something that, despite us having the help from other partners, but it's a conversation that we need to have as a continent, that still, out of 50 years after we got our independence, we have not yet been able to build roads for ourselves. We've not been able to do just simple things for rather something we need to talk about, and also the issues of the governance issues that we still have. Again, the continent is facing a lot of intra and interstate conflicts. We've seen conflict in Sudan, South Sudan, the instabilities in Somalia and other countries that are still pushing the continent to lag when it comes to industrialization and more the pushing of infrastructure development. And so for me, those are my key points. I hope that we're able to continue with this conversation. But as we continue looking and also leveraging on this FOCAC, I'll take you back to my footnote. How is Africa going to leverage on FOCAC and ensure that we're able to benefit and we're able to come together as a continent, different countries with common but different responsibilities to ensure that we're able to industrialize and be able to uplift our people from abject poverty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Mornagi actually went on to our online questions as well. And to the remaining speakers, I would also, I'll now read the last questions of the session. Can we please keep it tight because of time and us having to wrap up the session? But as you give your remarks to the questions that are asked online, can you also put in and slip in some concluding remarks as well so that we can wrap up our session? So the first question online is from Tlaliso Mputi from the ACDP. And the question is, what structural limitations currently characterize Africa-China trade relations, and in what ways could addressing these constraints create opportunities for South Africa's industrialization? The second one is from Don Ganzo, and he directs it to you, Mr. Owen, and he says, assuming that almost all African leaders are mercantiles in perspective, do you think your caution of African states to desist from giving the private sector a control of economic development could be heeded? For me, the African trade zone area incentivizes these leaders to look at the development of infrastructure using the old model of earlier colonists building infrastructure to connect the markets. Then this determines the nature of the relationship between African countries and China. The following question is from Anonymous, and it's questioning on the energy transition. What is the panel's view on the fact that Africa is encouraged to transition while the rest of the world is still investing in high carbon methods, especially given that this transition is not free but comes with loans? Last question from Mr. Muhammad says, considering South Africa's foreign policy of non-alignment, how can South Africa navigate its partnerships with global powers like China while maintaining its independent stance? Please respond to that succinctly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Oh, okay. All right, the trade relations with China. We need to have a close look at that. In South Africa's case, I think, got a pretty healthy trade relationship. If we want to alter the composition of that relationship, we would need to industrialize further. What's interesting between South Africa and China is not, contrary to popular perceptions, they're not scouring Africa for critical minerals. They've got enough of their own. The links they can do in Africa are really just a top-up And any event, no one these days will build their industries with supply lines that are so long and so vulnerable.
Mm.
So it's really Africa's opportunity for us to grow and develop and use it ourselves. Most of our growth is not going to come from trade. It must come from internal development.
Mm.
So the trade relationships, we could say a lot more. It's complex, I agree. The private sector and the state, this is a very complex issue. I think we've got a time now for talking about this sensibly, because the old battle lines between capitalists and socialists, between the communist bloc and the capitalist bloc, they're gone.
Mm.
They're gone. What now is important is a realistic analysis-based assessment of your economic needs.
Mm.
And what we're seeing from experience is we haven't had a developmental process that hasn't had a partnership that's worked well between state and private sector. So this shouldn't be a problem of low problem. The transition, I think that, frankly, my own view is that we don't need finance to make a transition in an economy like South Africa.
Mm.
These are investment opportunities. These don't need finance. The truth of the matter is China and India, none of these countries grew from aid.
Mm.
They grew from developing their economies. So the transition must be managed, and this is again this concept of a democratic, you must manage it at a pace. The Europeans try to push us fast, but they now realize they've got a structural problem.
Mm.
They haven't got the materials to do the green transition. So you see country by country pulling back. We must make the transition not because Europe wants us to do it, but because it's the only sensible way we can industrialize in future. It's a requirement for modern industrialization. You can't do it in the way we did it before, unless you want to damage your economy even worse. So I think it's the last one, alignment, non-alignment. Complex question. But we must stay non-aligned. It's been a long-standing tradition. Bandung Conference, I don't know if people remember that. Bandung Conference, the non-aligned movement. These are a tradition of politics that was swamped in the neo-colonial period. We're going back to that. It's a negotiation. We're keep talking, don't panic. That's a key thing in non-alignment. When the big man punches you, you just have to think how to punch him back. If it takes you 5 years to think about it, think about it. But don't panic. That's why South Africa is good at rugby, We get punched, but we think about it, and then when we punch back, I was going to use a bad technical term, we beat you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I can just echo that. I think the investment requirements for us as being the nations in Africa should inform the relations with other nations, how they bring in their money here. It can be the other way around. I mean, I think we are past that stage where people outside of the continent can decide what they want. So it should be us dictating these things. Similarly, on the transitions, it must be us who say, this is the nature of transition that we need, and this is how we're going to do it, because it helps us. It develops our own economies. So I think that question is, for me, dealt with at various forums, whether it's COP or whatever. I think that's what the African continent, South Africa, is advancing all the time, that it should be us who set the pace. Then maybe just to emphasize on the points I made earlier, I think we really, really have an opportunity here to tap into this relation, to reduce how we fund our infrastructure. We have an opportunity to crowd in more private sector capital in a structured manner that's organized. And I think we have an opportunity to, push along our industrialization using these, call it mega project, infrastructure project, to anchor these types of industries. So for me, I think if we start there, we could be up to something. Thank you.
Just trying to keep it short. For me, fundamentally speaking, and in tying in or specifically addressing the question around JET, I suppose every other year there's always like a buzzword, and JET happens to be one of them right now. And I only say that to say that it's not anything new. I think that African countries have been forced to be sustainable. So I think that it just goes back to what is tying in essentially, even with the presentation I did, just in terms of, I think African countries need to give themselves time. And unfortunately, sometimes it seems as though there is no time because, you know, there's so much happening, growth needs to happen now. But I don't think African countries post-independence have ever given themselves time to figure it out. In this particular case, you say in relation to JET, what does that actually mean for us? We've got these high-level policies that are signed and agreed, but your ordinary African, how do you then, what's the vernac for climate change? What's the vernac for just energy transition? So don't leave the people behind within these decision-making, and just, yeah, it's a complex one, easier said than done. But even from a developmental perspective, just we need to take a bit of time to put our heads together. This is what we need. How do we lay out a definitive, cleared out map on how to achieve this, what resources are needed and so forth. And that informs how you engage with your Chinas and so forth.
Thank you so much. So, a round of applause for my panel, please. I think we have engaged in an intense festival of ideas, of thinking, schools of thought. I come from a school of thought that says development is a non-linear process. It has a long history and trajectory of unlearning and learning and relearning again. And right now we have interrogated these ideas the best way we can. We have attempted to surface new ways of thinking around concepts of development, partnerships, looking at the economy, infrastructure development, of which I think are central to the next process that is coming after this, which is the writing. And it's something that MISTRA does exceptionally well. So we also invite you to that process when we do write and give feedback, that you also engage with the material and take it forward within your respective communities of practice. Thank you very much.
I think we all need to just send some text and change our schedules for the day. I think this morning's panel has been so enriching and so engrossing. So I suggest over lunch, you just kind of check what's in your diary, because we are going to go a little bit later, but I'm sure you all agree it's really been worthwhile sitting through the discussion. We are dealing with complex issues. We are talking historically about relationships. So yeah, my humble advice, change your schedule for the next session. Some very quick announcements, and some of them are housekeeping. Lunch will be in the restaurant where our registration desk is. If you just keep walking back towards the entrance, you'll see it on your right-hand side. That's where lunch will be served. Could we be back at 1:35? A little bit of a compromise around time, but if we can give you, let's say, 35 minutes for lunch, 38 minutes for lunch, that will be great. We'd really appreciate that. And then the second panel, if we can ask you to come back about 10 minutes before that, so about 20 past or so that you can get wired up for the panel. And then same procedure, if you can come straight onto the stage so that we can be ready to kick off. And then lastly, it's safe to leave your bags, laptops in the room. The hotel will take care of our things. So you're welcome to leave them here. They will be safe. So enjoy lunch, and we'll see you at 1:35. Thank you. Thank you for being back in the room. I hope you had a good lunch and a good break and a good chat and catch up. It's always an important part of any gathering that we talk to each other as well as listen to the seminar. So thank you very much. Welcome to the third segment of the program, where our panel will be talking about green energy and ecological sustainable modernization. And no pressure, but we had a very, very great conversation this morning. So I'm sure everybody is back because of that. I'm going to introduce the panel and then we're going to go straight into the discussion. Firstly, to welcome and thank Zama Zibuko Makena. She is a senior researcher in the knowledge economy and scientific advancement, short KESA, at MISTRA, and she will be guiding and leading the panel. Then we have 3 panelists on the stage, but we have 2 also going to join us online. So we'll bring them in a bit later. The first panelist I want to introduce is Prof. Shao Shun Chen. That's my best attempt, I'll get better. He is the chairperson of the China-Africa Smallholder Agriculture at the University of Pretoria. He was formerly at UNISA. We welcome him and we're very happy to have him on the panel today. Then seated next to him is Mr. Wang Wenhan, who is the Chief Representative, African Representative Office at the State Grid Corporation of China. Welcome and thank you for being here and accepting our invitation. Then next to him is Dr. Lawrence Karambo. He is also a member of the MISTRA staff. He's been very central to the program and driving what we all are participating in today. Thank you, Lawrence. And then online we will have Dr. Fikio Akere Dula. He's a doctoral researcher in energy and climate politics at the University of Oxford. So we will bring him in online a bit later on. And then the last panelist who will also be online is Dr. Kobus van Staden. He is the Managing Director of the China Global South Africa Project. So we have a very good panel lined up for us. Enjoy the discussion and we will, as usual, go into the Q&A later. I want to just still acknowledge the people who have stayed with us online. The numbers have been increasing over the morning and the afternoon. So thanks to people online, and we look forward to your participation in the chat. Please post even before the Q&A. And to us in the room, if there are issues that you think we won't have enough time for, please use the social media platforms and our emails and so on to engage with us. So thank you very much. Zama, over to you.
Thank you, Gloria. Good afternoon, everyone. And as Gloria has said, this panel session is on green energy and ecologically sustainable modernization. And looking at green development objectives from both China's Global Development Initiative and the ones on Africa's Agenda 2063, we know that China has a position as a pivotal investor and donor for green energy projects, while Africa has substantial but largely untapped potential in climate and renewable energy sectors. So these are the types of discussions that we hope to expand on and provide rich insights. And I'll just get into it. Prof. Xiaoshun, please let us know what you have in mind.
Thank you, my sister. So I think firstly, it's better for me to, I know our colleagues, Gloria has already introduced myself, but I also want to introduce myself again and also introduce something. So for the FOCAC, so last year in September, so I went to China for the FOCAC summit, and also, but accompany some other African leadership went there. So for FOCAC, because we focus on this research, so we did some collaboration also for this. So FOCAC is the forum on China-Africa collaboration. So it's also part of my research. As I mentioned, I also want to introduce myself, but it should be step by step. So for me, usually it's from the UNISA, it's a University of Scientific. So I'm a doctor professor there. My research is about leadership, governance, so China, Africa, and Africa BRICS. So the FOCAC is also part of the of my BRICS Research and Development Center. So for FOCAC, we need to understand more, as our leadership this morning mentioned, to want to ask the deep question about the FOCAC. So as we mentioned, FOCAC, or we are the academics or professionals. So I want to mention the first one is the academic collaboration. So maybe for my I know this panel is about the green energy and also ecological sustainable modernization. But for me, my background is not about the energy. So I want to use a very broad way to explain. So firstly, I mentioned it's the academic collaboration. Because no matter what kind of collaboration, usually we will start from the university or from some institution to do the research collaboration or joint research first. It means what? It means research first, and then let's do some industrialization. That is the importance or significance for the professors or doctors or some research and academic and also some institution such as the MISTRA. So we are here, we collaborate, we have this platform. Maybe in the future, for this theme of the FOCAC, we can do some joint research using this joint research to contribute to the infrastructure, energy, technology transfer, collaboration, and so on. So this is the first one. Because you know, for this FOCAC in China, we have what? We have the FOCAC summit. In Hunan province, we have the China-Africa Economic and Trade Expo. In Hubei province, we have the China-Africa Science and Technology Innovation Conference or whatever there, but it's a national one. So in this regard, we always collaborate with different Chinese universities and scientific universities such as the UNISA, UP, UG, WITS, and so on. We do collaboration. So even also in China with Peking University, Hunan University, Hunan Agriculture University, we do the collaboration, joint research first. And use this joint research, we will provide the advice to the leadership, such as the president, minister, the premier, MUC, HOD, and so on. And also we provide the advice or comments or a report to the policymaker, saying using this platform to influence more people or more industry on the ground. So this is the number one I want to, because we are from university, we are from the institution. This is the one I want to mention for the collaboration. The second one, so I am the chairman, as my colleagues mentioned, I am the chairman for ACASA. ACASA is Association of China, Africa, Smallholder Agriculture. Because for this topic is about the leveraging China-Africa partnership for technology and green development. Technology and green development is for every sector. So it's not only for energy, not only for electricity and so on, for AI or whatever. It's also for agriculture. For agriculture, we have done 7 scientific China high technology demonstration farm here. I just give you one example. For the maize one is in Mpumalanga. For that one, we collaborate with the local people there. So we benefit the people on the ground there because they have already done very well. For this one is for the land is 1.2 thousand hectares. So it's roughly 500 household people can be benefited. So this morning our colleagues asked what is the benefit from this FOCAC. So as professionals, as the leadership, we should understand. So what kind of collaboration we can bring from this FOCAC, because for this FOCAC we have the development there. So we have the joint project there. So we have some collaboration opportunity there. For us as high-level leadership, it's very easy for us to get this opportunity. But so for the people on the ground, it's very difficult for them to get this opportunity. So this webinar, this platform is a platform for us to deliver this theory or to deliver this opportunity to the people on the ground. So for the technology, for us, okay. So for me, I can use very broad background to show you what we have done for the FOCAC, according to Chinese side, African side, or scientific side. I just want to use my own experience to show what we have done and what we can collaborate. Usually for this one, so we can provide them the training. If they need the technology, we can provide the technology to them. As we mentioned, for example, the old farmers or the young farmers, youth farmers, they need the drones. You know, in China, drones is a good technology and it's very powerful. For Dajiang company, is for drones. 70% of the drone is from China, from Dajiang, that company. So, but for the Africa, we have our own technology sometime. And also this morning, our leadership mentioned, so since the 1994, after uptime, so, you know, in the 1990s, so scientific was much better than China. When the Chinese people from Shanghai, you know, Shanghai is a financial center, or from Beijing, when they come this side, when they land in Otambo, from Otambo to Pretoria, the route very broad. So they were very happy with scientific. But after 30 years, so, you know, scientific is still scientific, so we are good. We are very good. We are a very good country. There are lots of opportunity, but for development, for technology. So from my perspective, just from my perspective, not too much. But China, after these 30 and 40 days, there are too much technology there. Huawei, the Redmi, and also some renewable technology, even from the grid, China there for the electricity. For electricity, there's no load shedding in China. Why? Because the technology, we can have we can get electricity from the traditional power station. We can get it from the wind, from the solar system, from the hydrogen, and so on. There's too much method. So even this one is agriculture. I don't want to talk too much. This agriculture, we are bringing the technology, the training, and also the green development to our scientific. And we have done 7. So because today, all of us, we are leadership, we are colleagues. So in the future, I hope we can collaborate because scientific is not only your scientific. Scientific is also our scientific. So we need to bring this technology. We need to bring this development, opportunity, collaboration to scientific and also to the people on the ground. This is number 2. Number 3, for treat. So, you know, for this FOCAC, you can remind me at the time. So for the treat, for the FOCAC, lots of people mentioned about the AFCFTA. So we also do the research about the AFCFTA with the Hunan province. And now we want to talk with the Secretary General Mani, because you know Mani is also from our scientific. Now he based in the Ghana. So we also want to collaborate with the AFCFTA. Even now we are very busy to open the local free trade area in different African countries. Okay, let's go back number 2 for the agriculture, not only in scientific, even in DRC, Zambia, Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, even in the future, in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Eritrea. I can see my big brother, His Excellency, the ambassador of the Eritrea is here. So we're also pushing the collaboration there for agriculture, not only in scientific. The number 3 is the trade. Trade, we have issued the report for the China-Africa trade report. But for us, me and my team, we are responsible for the China South Africa economic and trade report. For that one, even for Chinese Embassy, Department of the Economic and Trade, they also do this. Why we do this report with the Hunan province and Jiangsu province in China? Because lots of the Chinese company, they want to come to Pacific, they want to come to Africa to get collaboration. But some company, some CEO or chairperson, their English is not good. And they do not understand South Africa and Africa very well. They think that South Africa, they are very poor, it's very hot. You know, that people, they are very lazy. But no, it's not truth. We need to teach them to understand our South Africa, understand Africa. Then we can do more collaboration for trade. I mean, not only to sell Chinese product to South Africa or to Africa. We need them to come, to collaborate with us. We can open a factory together, not only to sell, because we also need the job creation. We also need the economic growth here in South Africa and in Africa. So that is something we are teaching them. So for trade, we can talk more. But let me go fast. The first one is education. So for the education are also very important. How to change the economy, how to change our situation. So the poor situation, lots of people mentioned for South Africa, for Africa, we have the plenty of the mineral. But why the lots of people, they are still poor? So we need to change their mind first. So lots of people, maybe they just depend on the government. And also we need why I move my research to the leadership and the governance. So because I can see for South Africa, for Africa, for the high-level leadership, president, minister, they are fine. But from the local municipality, from the township, the leadership there, they really need the education. Even some councillor, they cannot read, they cannot write, they cannot calculate. So how can they serve for the people who they are in charge of there? No. So that's why for education, it's very important. 2 weeks ago, as the chairman of the CAWIA, China Africa Women and Youth Association, we just signed the MOU with the Chinese Ministry of Education. So the Chinese Ministry of Education asked us to bring the young leaders and the women to go to China to get a training, and also bring the Chinese young leaders and women to come to South Africa, come to Africa to also get training here. Because we need to understand each other, not only get training from China. We also need to understand South Africa, Africa very well. Then it's good for the collaboration. Otherwise, if just to learn from China, no, it should be exchange program. And also for the university, we also put the university collaboration to bring some young students to go to China and to bring some kids and the young leaders from China to come to South Africa to get training here. So this is for education. So we are doing because we mentioned about the FOCAC. So for the education, so it's very important. As I mentioned, to change the people's mind, then we can get the economic growth and get more opportunity. And also to train the leaders have their own responsibility. If you are responsible for the people you are in charge of in this community, then you can get community development. If every community development can be successful for South Africa, for Africa, I do not think we have any problem. So this is education. The fifth one is mineral. We are also the bridge for the minerals, because China, as our leaders this morning mentioned, China, yes, we have the 4 billion people there, so we need lots of the minerals. But we don't like the South Africa or Africa just sell the mineral to China. Maybe we can also do some mineral, high-profile minerals, so we can do the joint venture, joint research, and joint collaboration. then for the certificate for Africa, we can also get more profit. We can use this more profit to benefit more workers and also the kids and the community and also our youth and women. And I'm a little bit excited for something I write. I cannot identify for the sixth one. For the sixth one, it's this morning. There is a young ladies mentioned about the 4IR. So 4IR are very important. So for the certificate for Africa, while this FOCAC collaboration, no matter it's FOCAC, it's BRICS, it's a global south, or it's a G20, we need technology. So we need the new technology, we need the AI, we need IoT, we need bigger data, robotics, and so on. But we also need the renewable technology. So for certificate for Africa, we also collaborate with some professors for the electricity in 2021, 2022, 2023. So we got the load shedding. People, they were suffering. But if we can bring this new technology, and equipment, and we can train the people here, we can get more expert. So there's no issue, I think. But you know, my senior fellow brother is good one for this regard. So I don't want to talk more. Maybe I should give the opportunity to him. He can talk more about the energy and the technology later. So the first one is to, while this FOCAC, we need to empower our youth and our women. I can say today we got lots of women, but not enough. And today we got some youth, but it's also not enough. So for the MISTRA is a very powerful institution. We should give our youth and women and maybe some person with disabilities more opportunity. They can attend this webinar, conference, or workshop to get opportunity. So this is the significance of this webinar. Because people, if they can come, they can get more experience. Maybe after that, they can Google. So what is FOCAC? Why FOCAC? What can we be benefited? So for example, now we collaborated with BRESS from Northwest. So we collaborated with some team. So they focus on women and youth. We empower them for agriculture and technology and the e-commerce for the TikTok, doing the e-commerce and so on. So we need to invite them here and to influence them and transfer our skill and technology to them. After that, use this group of people to influence other group of people. Then this country will be benefited much better. So maybe later we can discuss more. So I do not talk too much. And the eighth one, where I talk something, is something we are doing. So it's something we are empowering the people. The number 8 is tourism for the certificate Africa. The nature is very nice. So, and also for the China, it's 1.4 billion people there. So now they are tired. Let me tell you the truth, and the secretary. Now they are tired of the South Asia, because South Asia is very close to China. So now they want to come to Africa, but they think that Africa is not safe. So, we need to use this platform to tell the Chinese people here it's not that dangerous. They need to come to do the tourism. Then for the hotel, they will book hotel. They need to spend money for the petrol, accommodation, food. Maybe they can come also do some collaboration. So it's good. So everything is linked to each other. So as the leadership, my program director, we need to work together to push this happen. So the last one is infrastructure. So we are also doing the infrastructure to bring the, for the, this is my last point. I don't want to talk more. So for the development, we need the infrastructure. For scientific, the infrastructure is good. For other African country, when I went to other African country, it's not that good. But for the scientific, it's nice. But for some route, there are too much pothole there. So we need to work together as a team to advise our government, to give them the report to see we need nice infrastructure. This is good for development. Infrastructure, including the road, freeway, water, electricity, gas, and network. No, let me stop here. Then give the opportunity to other panelists.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for those 9 points. I particularly agree with you on your first one about academic collaboration. As a person from a research institute, definitely research first to guide industrialization. Just to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Wang, please.
So thank you so much. It's my great honor to be invited here to share my view for energy, green energy, and sustainable modernization. First of all, I would like to thank my brother, Professor Chin. You know, we graduated from the same university, but now he is professor. I'm as smaller as an electric engineer. He focused on 9 points. I did notice that, you know, one of his 9 points focus on energy. But let me just elaborate only in energy sector, especially in green energy. You know, without energy, no one can realize modernization. Without green energy nowadays, no country can realize sustainable modernization. We had a pre-meeting. I exactly asked the same question as our colleague from DBSA asked why I was invited. He said, you know, Mr. Wang, you are working in energy sector. So that's why I understand why I'm here. So actually, basically, first of all, I would like ask, you know, today we have so many professors, scholars, economists, bankers, and ambassadors, of course. Thank you. So I would like to ask you one question. When you think about green energy, what is that? Green energy. Oh, sorry. You know, my topic is about private participation in power transmission sector is the key to green energy development in African continent. So because you are professors, you know, scholars, so maybe, I don't know, how many of you know the transmission sector? So actually has nothing to do with renewables, has nothing to do with green energy, but it does. It does. So actually, my colleague Peter prepared this presentation for me. 4 parts. First of all, we have to know the situation here in the continent. I just focus on power sector. African continent, what the situation is at this moment of time. And of course, now we are here in Johannesburg. We have to mention what happened here in South African electric power sector. And of course, why I was invited, I have to share some of our perspective in China electric power sector, especially in green energy development through transmission expansion. The 4th one, the last one, is my recommendation and findings. You know, we need private participation in transmission sector, which is the key for green energy development. So, African power sector initiative and challenges. You know, this morning, some of our panelists did mention a lot about Agenda 2063 initiated by African Union okay? But frankly, that's a very good initiative. But to my point of view, this Mission 300 sounds like, you know, we know what is going to happen. 300 by 2030. We still just have 5 years to go. We know what is going to happen. This is our target. This is our initiative. Yeah, 2063, that is also good initiative. But that's a long-term perspective. So everybody knows at this moment of time, you know, 600 million people in this continent doesn't have enough, you know, electricity access. But this initiative is, you know, within the next 5 years, 50%. That means, you know, 300 million people from the continent is expected to have access within the next 5 years. Good initiative, isn't it? Are you confident? Yeah, if you are confident. Grid expansion, transmission expansion is the key. I'm going to come back later. So in this continent, you have a lot of resources, abundant resources, renewable resources, in wind, solar, 40% of solar resources in this continent, 32% solar in, wind resources in this continent, and also 12% hydro. Okay, so a lot of resources which is needed for green energy development. But you know, this is something related with transmission. You know, in the continent, we have 5 regions: southern part, eastern part, western, middle, and northern part. But if you're talking about electric power sector, in this continent, we have 5 power pools. I believe some of you already heard about it. So Southern African Power Pool, Eastern African Power Pool, West, North, and Central. So how these resources, green resources, renewable resources, can be interconnected with each other. For example, a lot of resources in Sahara Desert, okay, solar. How can you transfer that into Joburg? Okay, we have load shedding, okay. But this already realized in China. So far, all of this transmission network is not yet completed, interconnected with each other. That means green energy, green resources has no way to be transmitted from the abundant resources location to the end customers. So this is South Africa. Everybody knows, you know, the load shedding. Okay, this morning, some of our colleagues mentioned JET, Just Energy Transition, and also, you know, we do have our, you know, master plan for integrated resources plan, and also we have floated a lot of windows for renewables, both solar and wind. So actually, in South Africa, the resources, abundant resources located in Western and the South part, Northern Cape, Western Cape, and even Eastern Cape. But where's the load center? I mean, where the economy, you know, majority economy located in Joburg area, in Limpopo, where you have a lot of mining companies, which need a lot of electricity. That, you know, distance between the two, as long as 1,500 kilometers away. So, according to which, the Ministry of Electricity and Energy floated, you know, have kind of like initiative, within the pipeline next 10 years, according to the public release, 14,500 kilometers transmission line will be made public. The total investment is kind of like 23 billion US dollars on the pipeline within the next 10 years. Sorry. This is my fault. What's wrong? Okay. So that is in South Africa. Now let me share some of the practice, in China. What happened in China, electric power sector, during the last 3 or 4 decades, especially during the last 10 years. So this is State Grid. We are the largest utility in the world. So, of course, we are also SOE. This is what happened in China. Chinese government already made commitment, by 2030, carbon peak. Okay, by 2060, carbon neutral. Here in South Africa, by 2050, carbon neutral. So this is because of climate change. And also, in China, even 10 years ago, the energy mix is not like this. But just after last 10 years, especially last 10 years, now renewables, percentage of renewables stand for, 45.6% in the energy mix. This is just solar and wind, greater than the number of fossil, coal, fire, and fossil thermal power plant. Okay. This is what we have done. By the end of August, just end of last month, within State Grid, we have built 39 ultra high voltage transmission lines, which connected the resources area, just like, in northern part, western part of China, similar to that of South Africa. So through this backbone project, we call electric highways. We transmit all of this green energy from as far as 3,000 kilometers away to the load center, into the coastal area, to central China. But from northwest, because China is much bigger compared with South Africa, normally more than 3,000 kilometers. That's why all of these renewables has been transmitted to the end customers. That's why, nowadays we can say in China that is kind of like clean and green energy development. And also, of course, we spend a lot of money in this kind of project. And also each and every year, our company finished more than 40,000 kilometers transmission lines. So this is our findings, our suggestions, recommendations. This morning, some of our colleagues from the bank, from other sectors, also mentioned a lot about private participation. Since as I mentioned earlier, without transmission, all of this green energy has no way to be transmitted to the load center. So this is why my topic is about, this is the key. So of course, for FOCAC, for relationship, bilateral relationship between China and the African continent, bilateral relationship between China and South Africa. It's good. It's good. So this is my suggestion. First of all, for green development, first of all, we need renewables, renewable generations. Chinese company together with other investors, other, developers from all around the world participating the generation projects here in the continent. So the second part is the transmission. This is my key topic. In all of the continent, the renewable side, generation side is opened to all of the international investors. But so far, for the transmission sector, not yet. Some of the countries, welcome the international investors. But, basically in transmission sector, in many countries, this is a kind of business of monopoly. Monopoly sometimes is good, sometimes it's not good. It depends on different cases. And also the third suggestion is about, the power sector development plan. In China, we have our national 5-year national plan, each and every 5 years. Yeah, this is short term. I think 100%, 99% of the 5-year plan have been achieved. I don't have the exact number, but once we make any plan, this plan has to be achieved, even ahead of time. This is national level. In electric power sector, we also have our own master plan every 5 years, follow up the national 5-year national plan. So in this continent, in African Union, NEPAD also has this master plan. This master plan, I hope, we have done something, but basically this depends on African Union, depend on the energy authorities of different countries. And also the last one is about the capacity building and human resources training, which mentioned a lot about this morning. Actually, for Chinese companies who have been working here, according to the contract, even, the training courses, the training program also is compulsory in some of the contracts. It depends on what kind of contract we have signed. It depends on the employer, depends on the local government. If this kind of portion is included, okay, that's fine. Even if not included, sometimes we can also have our, kind of projects related with social responsibilities. So this is my, perspective. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Your insights, particularly on how robust and reliable transmission networks are can be the key enabler for green development. I think that's very important. And of course, enhancing local expertise and ensuring that there's long-term sustainability as well as self-reliance, which is very important. Then moving on to Dr. Lawrence Karumba. Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. Yeah, so my name is wait, hang on. Sorry, my slide controls don't seem to be working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I'm Lawrence Karumba. I'm a researcher here. I'm a researcher here at the Mapungubwe Institute. My academic field is international relations. And specifically, one of my main research interests is changes in changes basically in technology, right? And how changes in the technological structure of world politics can basically feed into changing the relationships between countries. And in the presentation today, I want to give a quick overview of relations between two countries, right, which is South Africa and China, and how I think it's being shaped by technology, particularly the transition towards green energy. But I also think that there are some broader lessons here, because a lot of the dilemmas, the decisions that South Africa faces also apply to other countries in the African continent. So when we look at South Africa and energy, I think we're basically ending a period where for about a decade now, our entire national discourse around energy has been focused on this one key question of how do we achieve grid stability? How do we end the load shedding crisis? And the good news is it seems as though we finally have achieved grid stability. We have done this, right? But that doesn't mean that we have no challenges in energy policy remaining. And I would say that now that key overriding objective has been mostly achieved, we are facing three difficult interconnected new problems that we now have to face, which are difficult challenges, and they're difficult because in some sense they involve trade-offs against each other, right? I refer to this as a trilemma, right? A situation where we have these three different goals and we can achieve one or two, but trying to achieve all three at scale is going to be hard, right? And those three goals are, first of all, we want to decarbonize and modernize our energy system and electrify it. We want to focus on the affordability of energy. And the third goal is that we want to maintain a strong industrial policy in order to move up the international value chain ladder and diversify our economy and create employment. Why is this so important, right? It's because we are facing, in this country, an enormous interconnected crisis of economic development, energy, and unemployment, and all of these issues are linked. We know that our unemployment rate is basically the highest in the world, staggeringly high, even more so. And this is interconnected with our problem of slow economic growth, which is related to high energy costs. So we have, we have achieved a measure of grid stability, but the price that we have paid in order to do that is energy affordability, right? We've had 700% real increase in energy prices in South Africa over the course of 17 years. We still have one of the most carbon intensive energy systems in the world, 8th highest in the world in terms of the amount of carbon we emit per unit of GDP. But at the same time, if we look at the issue of affordability, I think one modeling study that was done by South African academics calculated that with each 1% increase in the price of energy, we reduce our economic growth rate by 0.06 GDP percentage growth per points per capita, right? Sorry, per year. And when you look at that figure, like this kind of 700% real increase over 17 years, you can see how that really exerts a significant drag on the speed of our economic growth and makes all these other problems significantly more difficult to solve. Okay, now how does this relate to South Africa's relationship with China specifically? It connects because, as we just heard in the detailed presentation from Mr. Wang, China is a world leader in renewable energy and green tech. And so one important way in which China becomes now a factor is because China is almost inevitably going to be a principal supplier of the green energy technology that we need to modernize our economy and our energy supply system and expand the amount of energy that we have. And this is kind of inevitable just from looking at market figures, right? If you look at the percentage of global market share that Chinese firms have in renewable energy and the key enabling technologies that go into it, they're significant across all these different categories that I've listed here. Actually, in fact, these statistics somewhat understate the focusing a little bit more here on the completed products, solar PV panels, electric vehicles, that type of thing. If you go further back in the value chain and look at the constituent components that go into these technologies, so for example, like solar cells and wafers rather than completed solar panels, you start to see that in those kinds of component sectors, Chinese firms, I mean, China as a country essentially has, in some cases, a virtual monopoly in some of these sectors, right? Like market share approaches 100%. And I want to quickly take a brief trip to just explore the question of why, right? Like, what is the Chinese model in green energy, and how did China and its firms achieve such a dominant position in the markets in these industries? And very often in Western countries and Western media, the explanation that is often given is that China has achieved its dominant position through using market practices that are seen as unfair, right? So this would be things like, excessive levels of state subsidization or forced technology from firms that want to invest in China. And so if we look at the issue of market subsidies, it is absolutely true that the Chinese government has historically provided a very high level of subsidization to the country's green energy firms. But I think there are very important, more basic and fundamental reasons for Chinese success that we would be remiss to ignore. And in fact, these are quite straightforward reasons. And in fact, they're so straightforward, I would argue, that they were articulated more than 250 years ago by one of the very first books about kind of comparative national economic development ever written, and that was The Wealth of Nations, right, by Adam Smith. Two important ideas that arise in his text. He makes this famous observation, first of all, about the importance of scale, right? That like economic development depends on division of labor, and division of labor and specialization is limited by the size of the market. So just a larger market means more capacity for development. And he also made this sort of point about market competition, right? Which is that when you have high levels of competition within a market between different suppliers, it tends to drive the prices down. And we can see both of these dynamics very much in evidence in the Chinese green tech sector. We know that China has enormous capacities in terms of economies of scale and economies of agglomeration. Different firms cluster together, which allows complementarity to emerge. You know, if you have like 5 different solar panel companies all right next to each other, and one of them gets an order that's a little bit too big for it to handle, it can just kind of offload onto some of its neighboring firms. You have these room for efficiencies. But I think the scale of the Chinese market is fairly well understood. I think that what people maybe often underestimate about the Chinese business system, the Chinese economic system, is the second point, which is the level of competition within the Chinese market. It's quite absurd, right? I want to show you an illustration of this, which is the automotive sector. I think illustrates it quite well. In terms of EVs, right? China today is the world's leading supplier and marketplace for electric vehicles, 70% of global market share in terms of production. But what I want to draw attention to is look how many players there are in the Chinese supplier marketplace, right? In 2018, right? So that's 7 years ago. We had at one stage about 487, give or take, Chinese competing EV brands competing for business in the Chinese market. 487 car companies. That is compared to basically every country in the world and every other car industry in the world. That is absurd level of diversification and competition, right? In Germany, they have 4 major car companies. They're one of the world's leading car producers in the world, right? But through a very brutal process of consolidation and competition, and a lot of these companies sort of going out of business and being bought out by their rivals, it was reduced to about 130 EV brands today. It's estimated to hit about 15 or so by 2030 as the consolidation process continues. But that would still be a very diversified market by world standards. There's currently a very brutal price war going on, which has pushed prices of Chinese EVs like right down to the floor. The market leader, BYD, recently reduced the entry-level price on its Seagull hatchback, one of its most popular models, to the equivalent of 135,000 Rand in Rand terms, right? You kind of have to ask yourself when seeing these numbers, how many South Africans, if offered the choice, would buy a car for 135,000 Rand that also gave them the opportunity to not have to buy petrol anymore. I think that personally, I suspect that quite a few South Africans would take that deal, right? And when you see these economics, it helps to explain why Chinese firms have become so dominant, as you can see here also in this graphic. The amount of Chinese supply compared to European Union and the United States, and then there is like other markets down here, which is kind of where South Africa falls into. So that's electric cars, but of course you can see the similar trends in terms of other key technologies in terms of decarbonization. And the effect of this extreme level of competition has also been a very high level of price reduction, right? So since 2010, we've had like a 90% drop in the price of solar panels, like a 50% drop in 2023 alone, which suggests that the price drop hasn't fully topped off yet. It hasn't fully leveled off yet, although it does seem to be leveling off somewhat over the long term. Battery prices have declined by 90% to this current threshold, basically the dollar price per kilowatt. Right, when that number hits $100, it's going to be really, really significant, because that's the level at which electric cars will basically achieve price parity with combustion cars, and when it falls lower than that, electric cars will have an advantage.
Hello? Hello?
Very rapid adoption of electric cars, but I will note that Vietnam has an unemployment rate, essentially has full employment, right? Only an unemployment rate of 2%, which makes it structurally feasible to rely on imports in this way. Sort of the opposite approach would be a country like India, which chooses to follow a policy of protectionism. So in the Indian case, we see like very large employment rate, which makes it very difficult for us to adopt the liberalization strategy of Vietnam, but our domestic market kind of leaves us unable to pursue the same sort of industrial policy as India. And so we end up pursuing these kind of in-the-middle policies, right? So we have like, whereas India has a 40% tariff on imported solar panels, we have a 10% tariff. And we've seen like very slow adoption of EVs, high energy prices, relatively slow adoption of a renewable energy in general. And you can really see the challenges when we zoom into particular sectors. So like, let's take a look at the South African car sector, for example, as an illustration of just how difficult the policy trade-offs really are for South Africa. GDP, according to most estimates, around about 110 to 115,000 directly employed jobs, and many more jobs indirectly. And it is an export-dependent sector that primarily exports to other countries rather than supplying the South African domestic market. Unfortunately, as we know, our car sector is really struggling because of US tariffs. So exports to the US are down 80% in a single year as a result of the Trump administration's tariff policies. But that's not the only threat, right? Our car industry is heavily based on production of internal combustion engine vehicles, which might even be banned from key markets in 2035. And there's a prospect at some point that we could simply be outcompeted by cheap electrical vehicles like the ones that I showed you earlier. Opinion, right? I would stress just my view, but like I would say there is an argument made for to me it raises input energy costs for the economy in a way that I don't think is worth the trade-offs. I wouldn't, however, necessarily liberalize the entire car sector because I think it just wouldn't survive the competitive pressures, right? So you have to kind of make those like sector by sector trade-offs. I do think that we do need to look at Chinese Chinese industries as potential sources of investment and FDI, rather than necessarily to this problem. Trade-offs are inherent in many questions of economic policy, and trade-offs are definitely inherent in this one. So those are the thoughts that I will leave you with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Yeah, you've given us quite a lot to chew on paradox issue. Yeah, I hope when it's time for questions, you're able to address those. Our next panelists are online. I'm not sure if they're ready. We have Dr. Akeredolu from Oxford University.
Yeah, can you hear me? I think there's something wrong with the live stream.
Just give him a few moments.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
So,
Hello?
Edie, you can come and entertain us.
It's a technical issue, but she's online.
Hello, I think you might be. Can you hear me?
Is it on?
But she wants to come.
Yeah. Whilst waiting for the presenters, I wanted to pose a question to one of the panelists, the one who was dealing with the grid. I observed that it's headed as state.
Hello?
So just now you mentioned, whether
Hello?
it is state-owned. Yeah, because as I mentioned earlier, we are SOE. We are, state-owned. State-owned. Yeah. But even though we are state-owned, but in different countries, if we join the local, grid. Thank you.
Can you hear us, Dr. Akeredolu?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Oh, has it gone off again?
No, we can still hear you.
Oh, I'm not quite sure what's happening. The live stream keeps cutting out. I was putting a note in the chat. All right, I'm just going to assume everyone can hear me because I can't hear or see anyone. So I'll just speed through, and I'm happy to, share my slides with the organizers for anyone who's interested in seeing the slides. I'll also try and be very quick because I can see that we're about an hour behind, and I don't want to keep anyone. So my name is Fikayo Akeredolu. I'm a doctoral researcher at Oxford. I've just completed a brief stint at the World Bank as a climate finance Africa fellow. And today I thought it'd be good to, I don't know if everyone has seen this report. There's an organization called EMBA, and the team at EMBA have actually put a very fantastic report together on the impact that China is having on the global sort of solar revolution. I think revolution is a strong word, but I'll use it anyway. And so a lot of what is in my presentation is based off that report. So for anyone who wants the long form, please, refer to the report. It's brilliant. I'm not paid by EMBA, but I do. I believe in acknowledging brilliant work when I see it. So the key question I want to put to us, and the key question I hope I'm able to answer at the end of this, is looking at the extent to which China-Africa relations can realistically balance economic development with environmental protection, right? There's a balance that is required as we move forward, and the goal is to try and understand the extent to which these two things can be held together as we discuss China-Africa relations. And effectively what the data is showing to date, when we look at China-Africa relations and balancing economic development and economic protection, the data to date, the information to date, shows that it's mixed results, right? And there have been significant implementation challenges. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, to the extent that you can hold two truths at once, right? Balancing economic development and environmental protection, the current data and the current pathways that we're seeing show that there's mixed potential and there are significant implementation challenges. I'm not going to go into this because I think quite a few of the speakers already talked about this, but you've had the FOCAC action plan. There have been a lot of promises made, right? There's a promise to implement 30 clean energy and green development projects. There's a special fund for China-Africa Green Industrial Chain. There's, a lot of promises have been made, right? And I think for those of us who work in the China-Africa space, one of the questions you keep having to come back to is the extent to which we can move from ambitious statements to actual concrete implementation, right? Like those two things, how do we hold space for these two things at once, right? Like we make all these promises, they're amazing promises, but how do we actually deliver? And, I don't want to be all doom and gloom because my research very specifically focuses on solar power and the adoption of solar power in African countries. And there is evidence that China-Africa partnerships are driving green energy adoption, very specifically, again, in the solar space. And what we are seeing is this sort of drive, this push is not state-driven. This push, this increased adoption in Africa of Chinese solar technology is very much market-driven. What I mean by that is it's not being driven by the governments of African countries saying, hey, we need more solar, or the Chinese government trying to get more solar into Africa. It is people realizing solar is cheaper and becoming, and adopting it. So the example I always come back to is Nigeria. The removal of fossil fuel subsidies in Nigeria made solar power somewhat more cost-effective over a generator, a diesel generator, and you see a spike in solar power adoption in Nigeria. And again, very quick summary, this is the difference between what you see in 2023 in terms of solar power adoption and solar panel imports in Africa in 2023. And this other chart here is 2024, and that is a 60% rise in 12 months, right? Nigeria is the second largest importer after South Africa, and Algeria saw a 33-fold increase in import. But again, I really want to emphasize this change, this increase in imports is not state-led. There's not any government doing this. It is people realizing solar power is cheaper, right? And I want you to hold on to that knowledge because I think it ties back to some of the recommendations and the policy ideas that I want to push forward as we go. Again, sort of recapping this, the economics of solar power are very compelling, right? The solar panel payback period in Nigeria right now is estimated to be 6 months, right? That has gone from before it used to be, I think, 18 months. Now it is 6 months. It's getting cheaper to just have a solar panel instead of a generator that you're paying a ton of money for diesel-wise. So again, you're seeing even Sierra Leone, right? Solar panels imported to Sierra Leone in 2024 are estimated to generate electricity equivalent to 61% of total reported 2023 generation. So a lot of African countries are adopting Chinese solar technology or importing Chinese solar technology, but again, I keep emphasizing that it's not state-led. And I think that, I will talk about why that is a problem very briefly. from a reality standpoint, we are seeing increased solar power adoption, right? Solar power adoption in Africa. But a lot of it's, like I keep saying, is private individual led. And what that means is it's the rich people, right? Like it's wealthier Africans. You look at Nigeria right now, wealthier households are more likely to have solar power than, poorer, in quotes, households. That is very much an inequality issue. African countries already have the largest rate of inequality. And if we continue with the current pattern of solar power adoption in Africa, we will worsen that inequality because we will basically see richer households moving to solar and leaving the poorer households behind. That is a problem. Weak government registration systems. As someone doing a PhD, this is the agenda. This is the global mission that I am on. It is actually very hard to tell how much solar power imports is coming into Africa. Like a lot of the data that we have is either from the Chinese government itself, or from the World Bank, or from private and individuals who are selling these products. And that is a problem, right? Because you cannot grow what you don't measure. I have a background in technology sales, so I always have to put that in. But you cannot grow what you cannot measure, right? If African countries are going to keep talking about green technology and solar technology and all of these other things, we need to know how much is actually coming into the country. And so, there's weak government registration systems, and you're seeing all sorts of issues around that. There's no sort of comprehensive tracking mechanisms around, okay, Nigeria has 36 states, right? What technology is going to what states? What households are taking it, what's happening. There is no visibility across, different African countries when we talk about solar power. And that is a massive problem, right? And you're starting to see people step into fill these gaps. To shamelessly self-plug, I've just written a paper about Chinese solar technology and African agency looking at Nigeria. And one of the patterns that is emerging is Nigerian private individuals are working with Chinese companies to adopt and adapt the solar technology in such a way that it is unique to the Nigeria case, right? The way a Nigerian household might use solar power or the way they might need solar power is very different from how, say, a South African household or an Angolan household. And so you're seeing a lot of Nigerian actors now taking ownership of that process. And we need more of those kinds of, I guess, alliances or exchanges. But the main point I'm trying to make with this, I've been listening to everything everyone has been talking about. And as someone who has just left DC, as someone who has just left working in the World Bank with a bunch of international donors, the message I always have to African policymakers now is, nobody's giving anybody money again. There is no more money. We need to figure out as a continent, and I say this as a Nigerian, we need to figure out as a continent what it means now for us to be in the leadership position of our development. And I think this solar boom that is happening is a peak example of how African countries, African governments can liaise with the private sector to actually drive solar power adoption. The example we've given to the Nigerian government is saying, look, you don't necessarily have to be involved in the deployment and the implementation, but if you can provide subsidies, right? Like all of the fossil fuel subsidies that we have, instead of keeping investing in that, why not move it into renewable energy subsidy, right? Like, why not provide tax relief or tax incentives for people to adopt solar power? The point I'm trying to make is there is a solar revolution happening. There is a sort of increased adoption of solar power that we're seeing, but it is not because of current frameworks. It is despite current frameworks. And I think the opportunity here for a lot of African countries is to figure out how to tap into that, right? It's like, what do we begin to do in a world where international donors, foreign investors are not as generous? There's a World Bank report that just came out in June that talks about the retreat of FDI. In the last year, there has been a massive rollback of FDI or foreign direct investment. And so African countries need to start looking at, what do we do with FDI in retreat? I don't know if you guys remember this, TCAD, the thing that happened in Japan, I think a month or two ago now. The TCAD that happened this year is the first TCAD in almost 20 years where Japan did not make any monetary pledges, right? So the angle that I come at this from, I'm sorry if I sound a bit propagandist, but the angle I'm coming at this from is we are now in a world where international donors and FDI are rolling back No offense to Professor, and I'm so sorry the other panelists, the thing sort of went out. When I'm currently in a stage where when I hear our Chinese partners talking about building mutual alliance and sort of building win-win cooperation and win-win sort of discussion, I think there's a very honest conversation we need to have with ourselves as Africans about what that truly means in a world where you do not have the infrastructure or the manufacturing capacity and technical know-how to deliver on your development goals. Sorry, I'm looking at my time. I'll give myself 5 more minutes. The example I come back to when it comes to the solar conversation is Pakistan. In the last 2 years, between 2023 and now, solar imports have have tripled in Pakistan. A lot of that technology has come from China. And a lot of what you are seeing is a concerted effort by the government in Pakistan to actually drive this increased adoption. The initial boom was private sector led. And I think as soon as the Pakistani government realized what was happening, they started to invest more, right? They started to sort of really integrate this into their policy frameworks. And I think the warning for African countries and African governments here is there's a need for proactive planning. Otherwise, this growth becomes chaotic and inequitable. And again, like I said previously, we already have an inequality problem, so we need to make sure we're not worsening that. Some quick action steps for what governments can do in the short term and in the long term. I think there's a long term, yes. In the short term, I think, again, the EMBA report, for those of you who truly care about solar power and are nerds and are willing to sit through, I think, a 40 or 50-page report on solar power, it's worth looking at, because one of the problems the report highlights is the fact that it is very hard to figure out who is importing what, when, and where, right? And so African countries need to actually African governments need to look at how do we establish tracking systems for these imports and installations? How do we make sure that the metering and the feed-in tariff policies actually make sense, right? How do we figure out some kind of grid integration strategy for distributed generation? In the long term, there is a need. I'll give this example, right? I was speaking to there's a really massive company now in Nigeria that's focused on importing solar panels from China into Nigeria. And one of the problems they're having right now is obviously the Chinese company that they're negotiating with is very well funded, more, better funded than they are, right? And they're struggling to negotiate equitable terms. And I think some of the things African governments can start to do is talk to these private sector guys and say, hey, we know you're speaking to your Chinese partners. Where can we help you with the state's angle, right? Like, what can we do as African countries to actually say, what is equitable, right? And how can we negotiate that? Also, I think this is something people talk about a lot, especially when it comes to critical minerals. There needs to be local content requirements for larger projects, right? So if you're building some kind of solar farm, what are the local content requirements and how are those enforced? There is a world where we're talking about creating green bonds and financing mechanisms. Again, this ties into what I said earlier about subsidies. What are we doing to make sure that these are long-term sustainable strategies that first deliver a higher standard of living for our people, but also ensure long-term development that is sustainable? And again, building that technical capacity for project evaluation and monitoring. There's a lot of work for civil society organizations. I think, conversations, dialogues like this really open the door for us to understand each other better. The private sector, again, I think has been leading this. So it's just a case of getting them to do more and really focusing on how do we train local people. Again, I keep coming back to Nigeria just because Nigeria is where my research sits and I am Nigerian. But one of the things that's happening now is you're seeing a lot of local Nigerian companies investing in training Nigerians so that there's local technical capacity, right? I think there's a Chinese company, I think it's called Sun King. I forget, I know it's Sun King in English. I forget what the name in Mandarin is. But one of the things they're doing is actually trying to see how they can, bring in Chinese professionals into Nigeria to train Nigerians and then, ensure that there's that local technical capacity. And we need to look into more of those kinds of projects. And again, we need to talk more about technology transfer. Like, how are we making sure that, there's that sort of shift or upskilling of Nigerians and generally African countries. I'll sort of recap here. My the horse I sit on lately is the horse of how do we actually hold Chinese and African partners accountable for delivery, right? We have things like FOCAC, BRICS. There's every single summit you can think of where we all show up and we make massive grand pledges, right? Like, I've been following FOCAC since I can remember, and every couple of years there's this massive promise. How do we actually make sure that we are tracking accountability, right? Like if we all sit in a room and talk about technology transfer, how do we make sure that this time next year we can come back and say, this is what we promised, this is what we've delivered, right? And I think I list these 6 critical success factors as the ways that we can hold Chinese and African partners accountable for delivery. So I think that wraps me up. Okay, cool. To kind of wrap me up, there are reasons for optimism and there's reasons for skepticism, right? The optimism is that the market fundamentals for solar power specifically are very favorable, right? It's in quotes low effort. What that means, it's not as intensive as say building a dam, right? I mean, it is still intensive, but it's not building a dam, if that makes sense. So the market fundamentals currently favor renewable energy, specifically solar power, and so there's reason to be optimistic. China right now, to sort of take a step back and give credit where credit is due. Right now, I think the FT just published an article where they talk about the fact that the amount of solar power produced in China, I think in the last year, is more than like the UK, the US, and Germany combined, or something to that effect. I forget what the data is, but the point is, China has shown that it has that manufacturing, financing, and implementation capacity. And so the question is, how do we sit down and adopt and adapt those capacity areas to different African countries, right? Because what might work in Nigeria might not work in Angola or South Africa. And so we kind of have to figure out how to make that work. There is strong demand, right? For those of you who might be following the World Bank, there's Mission 300, which is the World Bank's efforts to to electrify, I think to bring 300 million Africans out of electricity poverty, right? So there is evidence of uptake. The question is, how do we sit into it, right? And start to take advantage of all of these opportunities and demand avenues. The economic incentives right now do align with environmental goals, right? If you're planning anything right now that doesn't account for climate change or the sort of environmental angle, you are planning, like your planning is not going to work, right? So there is economic incentives are trying to, like climate change now and renewable energy are no longer just distant things that a bunch of people were researching at university, right? Like it's a thing that we're seeing now, right? And so a reason for optimism is that the economic incentives for renewable energy and environmental goals align, right? And so we have to take advantage of that. But there is reason for skepticism. There is a history, especially in a lot of African countries, right? There's a history of undelivered infrastructure promises, right? Again, I go back to Mission 300 and some of the work the World Bank has done around electricity delivering. You sort of see gaps here and there. There is weak institutional capacity in a lot of African countries for monitoring and evaluation, so you have to pay attention to that. There is, and I keep coming back to this, a lack of binding accountability mechanisms. How do we make sure that, if we show up at FOCAC and we make all these promises and pledges, when we go back home, when we are a year out, 2 years out, 3 years out, 4 years out, how do we make sure that these things are actually still being delivered on? And historically, there has been limited technology transfer in past projects, right? And so how do we make sure that technology transfer is at the fore of our conversations? I will wrap up. I hope this has been somewhat coherent. The solar revolution, again, revolution is a strong word, but I'm sticking with it. There's increased solar adoption in Africa. It is happening, driven by economics, not policy. And so for any sort of African leaders, stakeholders, policymakers in the room, there's a conversation that needs to be had about how does policy begin to support that, right? Again, in Nigeria, there has been, in the last 3 years, solar power use in Nigeria has gone up by 40%. But that increase is not because the government encourages solar power use. That increase is because using a diesel generator is now too expensive, right? And so governments in Africa now need to start figuring out how do we tap into that and make sure that we're pushing that policy forward. The second point I hope I sort of muddle through in all of this is China's Green Development Initiative. I think GDI, which was announced a couple of years ago, I think Global Development Initiative, I forget what GDI stands for, but this sort of initiative has immense potential, but there is a need for concrete implementation frameworks, right? Like, it's not just enough to announce some big initiative. What does that look like when the rubber meets the road, right? Like, when you're in a place like Lagos that is sinking, how do you make sure that you're actually delivering on the goals of the initiative? And if I leave you with nothing else, the African in me, the time has come for African actors to own this process, right? Like, there's a lot of talk now in academic circles about African agency. And I think this is the time where, as Africans in a world where, you know, the US are doing their own thing, the UK are doing their own thing, every other person is doing their own thing. You know, it's time for, you know, institutions like ECOWAS, the African Union, SADC, all of these institutions within Africa to really start to drive the conversation, right? The African Union has their 2060 or 2063 plan. How do we tie these things into the conversation so that African actors own this, right? Like, I think we're past the point where people come to us and tell us win-win or mutually cooperative. The time has come for us to sit in the room and sit at the table and own the conversation. And I'll just wrap up by saying success, especially on a topic as important as electrification and diversity and development in this context, requires us to move from announcements to accountability. And so I'll stop there. I'm happy to send out these slides. I included a link to the EMBA report and everything. I'm not paid by EMBA. I just think it's a fantastic report. But I'm happy to share this with anyone who might be interested. But I hope that was helpful. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akeredolu, for that contribution. To me, it highlights the need for a just energy transition, the issue of an inclusive uptake of solar energy, and the role of government, and the policy framework that is needed to ensure that, you know, green development is inclusive. Let's move on to our last speaker, Dr. van Staden, who's also online. Looking forward to your insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Mapungubwe Institute for the invitation. So quickly, a bit of introduction. I work for a company called the China Global South Project, which focuses on Africa-China relations, but particularly puts it in comparative perspective with China's relationship with the rest of the Global South. So in that context, we follow green energy and green electrification really keenly. And you know, this has been a very rich conversation. So you know, and a lot of what I was planning to say has actually been, like Fikayo and Lawrence have mentioned that, you know, kind of several of these points. So I won't belabor the point. I think what would maybe be helpful as a final speaker is to kind of put a slightly wider kind of contextual frame on it that can help some of these conversations. So in the first place, I fully agree with Fikayo that we are in a unique opportunity. We're in a unique window of opportunity here. So to give you context, yesterday, the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, made a speech where she was talking about the EU's plans for, you know, kind of for global prominence. Like to maintain the global influence, and she was talking talking about Africa and Central Asia and how the EU wants to use clean tech, green technology, renewables, and so on to compete with China in Africa and in Central Asia, which, you know, I'm glad that the EU wants to be part of the solution. I'm very glad that the EU wants to, you know, you know, spread renewables, but the idea of the EU competing with China on scale is fully laughable. You know, like over time, over the last 15 years, China has invested 10 times as much as the entire EU into renewables. And China, as Lawrence and other speakers have pointed out, China is by far, by orders of magnitude, market leader on almost all different kind of renewable technologies. So we're talking about not only solar panels, like solar inputs, heat pumps, grid technology, batteries, like, you know, kind of like name a renewable technology, and China is likely leading that market. At the same time, China is also facing, and we are all facing, a highly geopoliticized trade environment. Trade has been turned into a tool for geopolitics. And what that has resulted in is that these Chinese companies who are leading the global market are also facing artificial trade barriers in some of the markets that they were traditionally focused on. So Europe, the United States, you know, larger North America. That means that there is, you know, added incentive on Chinese companies to explore the global South. At a moment when the global South has very large energy demand, and when the global South is also at the same time focusing on, you know, kind of on a kind of a polycrisis like that combines a massive energy deficit with a climate crisis and an employment crisis. And this is particularly, Africa, of course, is particularly kind of like suffering, you know, in this case. So, you know, at the same time, I think, you know, again, geopolitically, China has been, Chinese leaders, various Chinese leaders have been really kind of focusing on reaching out to the global South, as been, you know, as like building relationships in the global South is politically very important for China. So as, you know, a key region in the global South, I think there is not only a space for cooperation, but I think there is also some leverage on, you know, within the global South to you know, to demand, you know, like to demand terms on the cooperation that would be truly mutually beneficial in the longer term, right? Kind of the kinds of mutually beneficial that we mean when we talk about technology transfer, skills transfer, long-term engagement beyond the project horizon. So so all of these kind of larger factors are moving into alignment, but they won't remain in alignment forever. And so I have been, the conversation is really interesting for me. And, you know, like also in other conversations, I've been struck by, you know, by the pulling together of the issue of the need for very rapid electrification and the need to build longer term industrial capacity, particularly also in the renewables field. I would suggest that that very rapid and very widespread initial electrification is its own good. And that this window is, you know, particularly kind of offers the chance to make that happen. So a few points, you know, kind of you know, I think the as we've been pointing out, like, you know, the energy price in South Africa and the lack of stability in the electricity supply in South Africa has had a kind of a very widespread kind of you know, effect of kind of holding back large like kind of widespread development, not only in this particular field, but across the entire society. And this is particularly true in rural areas. So, you know, there's a lot of questions talking about what we can learn from China and China's experience of development. And a lot of when one speaks to Chinese stakeholders frequently, you know, kind of when one gets to the details, it becomes clear, and they also point out that a lot of the Chinese system really is unique to China. It really is. It's difficult to export chunks of the Chinese system and make it work elsewhere. What we can, however, I think I would argue, could like take from the Chinese system or from the Chinese experience is an awareness of how pragmatism. And you know, how pragmatism has been incredibly powerful in the Chinese development experience, and that frequently means adopting solutions that may look chaotic or may look ugly from the outside, but get the job done within a certain amount of time, and then moving on to reforming those and improving them and making them work for the medium and longer term. So in this case, I'm drawing on the work of the development economist Yuan Ang, who is really kind of like focused on this kind of this oscillation within the Chinese system, kind of like where an initial reform would frequently lead to a lot of very rapid uptake of a particular model, frequently in a very chaotic way, and then there would be a kind of a correction from this, like implemented by the state to bring more order into this chaos, but to move it forward towards the next step of development. So in a similar kind of vein, kind of as Fikayo was pointing out, the implementation of solar in Pakistan has been a pretty chaotic process. So we see similar kind of patterns in South Africa, like the middle class in South Africa. There's a similar pattern where middle class people were rapidly importing Chinese solar panels, kind of in order to deal with the load shedding crisis, and kind of maybe straining the grid and like kind of bringing a lot of like kind of other complications in the process. I would argue that there is a pragmatic kind of good to an initial process of very rapid electrification, like the spreading of electrification as far and wide as we can. In like I would advocate that a government, a policy in the short term of making use of this window of opportunity that really focuses on providing energy abundance in Africa, in South Africa specifically, with the medium-term goal of moving towards green energy production and manufacturing within the country. South Africa already has a solar industry. South Africa already has solar panels being manufactured in South Africa, and that industry needs to be supported. However, like I would also suggest that kind of that support and the process of getting as many solar panels into the country as we can, as quickly as we can, those two need to live next to each other and support each other rather than necessarily being kind of being seen as a single process. In the second place, and here, like I think I'll make this my final point because obviously it's been a long conversation. What I would suggest as a framing mechanism to think about how to move forward with all of this is, as earlier speakers have pointed out, we are moving into an era of greater multipolarity. We are also in the Africa-China relationship seeing a very strong theme around African agency in relation to Chinese power, in the conversation, both academically and in the policy space. What I would suggest is that these two trends, we need to kind of like make them, like have them be the kind of basis of our thinking going forward, because the only way in our work we've interviewed many African policymakers and particularly asked them how they negotiate with Chinese actors, how certain African actors, like in Benin, for example, have gotten very beneficial outcomes from working with various Chinese entities, and how other African actors have sometimes not had this similar kind of happy outcomes. One of the things that they point out is that so much of the success depends on planning beforehand, on having concrete, pragmatic development plans focused on on outcomes, on short, medium, longer term, like laying them out, like having a kind of a very like your country centric kind of a planning approach, and then being very interventionist and picky in terms of the negotiations and then the project implementation. So these are manifestations of African agency. African agency is not simply having a voice in an international system. It means setting out your own development plans and then deciding the way that you're going to do it and then implementing it. So that kind of very hardcore form of like on the ground African agency, I think has to be our kind of guiding principle in this, if we want to make use of this really world unique window of opportunity. I really urge policymakers to think of this opportunity as time bound. We're not going to necessarily have these sets of factors in place 5 years down the line. We need to grab the opportunity right now. And we need to do it, as Fikayo was pointing out, we need to do it with a very pragmatic kind of eye on short-term economic benefit and medium-term manufacturing and job creation benefit. Finally, the other lesson that I would suggest taking from China becomes very clear when one looks at the different trajectories we've had to electric vehicle manufacturing. If you think of a company like a US company, a Western company like Tesla, right? That Tesla focused on the very high end of the market, and it focused on a mix of kind of status symbols, virtue signaling, different kinds of ways in which rich people are rich, the way that they consume, right? That has structurally limited the uptake of electric vehicles for years. To the extent that now Western car companies are now facing an existential crisis around this issue. Meanwhile, if you look at the uptake of e-mobilities in China, a lot of those originally came from very humble beginnings, focusing on electric bikes, on scooters, on small scale mobilities. And in the process, focusing on taking seriously the everyday lives and the spending potential of poor people, not necessarily the elites. In a similar way, I think if one really wants to live and kind of have African agency manifested to its full extent, one has to stop thinking about poor African people as a burden or a problem. One has to start thinking about them as the core of our future solutions. So if you think about the experience of Chinese development, one that has been very, I think, important has been the framing of the problems of poor people, the problem to get to work on time, the problem of what to wear, the problem of how to move stuff from one place to the other. All of those things were turned by Chinese kind of development into opportunities, rather than just as thinking of the kind of the poor part of the population as a burden that's being carried along by an elite. So in that sense, kind of like I think that this kind of manifestation of African agency in the end needs a kind of a mind leap. It needs a kind of a paradigm shift in which we think of the things that poor people can spend money on as the core of a real opportunity, and that opportunity that can actually be unlocked by the state support that Fikayo was also suggesting, very pragmatic and concrete state support for very rapid uptake of renewable energy. Once we have some form of energy abundance in South Africa, we are talking a completely different situation, right? Kind of like we're looking at, if you look at just simply something like the music industry in South Africa, how strong that is already, how large kind of international uptake it has already. Imagine what that will look like when every single township in South Africa doesn't have to worry about electricity, right? Kind of when they can DJ the night away, like 24/7. Like that is the kind of economic, like cultural economy that could be unlocked by simply energy abundance, nothing more. Like you don't need anything more than solar panels to make that work. So there's a lot of that. That's true in fashion. It's true in all kinds of small scale manufacturing. It's true in food. It's true in agricultural beneficiation. There's a lot there that can be unlocked by simply bringing cheap solar panels from China to poor people in Africa. Like doing that alone is gonna be like transformative, I think, in the longer run. So I'm just gonna stop there. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. van Staden, for that contribution and emphasizing that we need to take advantage of the unique window of opportunity to provide energy abundance. We have run out of time, so I will take very limited number of questions. And can I ask that when you ask your question, just introduce yourself and which organization you're from. And if you can please, if possible, direct your question to a particular panelist so that they answer that question, and we can move like that. But I think I'll start with a question online from Lesego Molatre, who says, noting that the solar revolution is happening and being driven by economics, what can be done to develop the local industrial economy? I think this question is for Dr. Akeredolu. If you can just...
Yeah.
Why do you look shocked?
No. My headphones died like 2 seconds before. So I was wondering what just happened. No, I mean, so I think this is the part I probably didn't emphasize very well is, I think, to answer your question, what needs to happen now is the government needs to be involved, right? I've made the point that the current revolution is happening because, everyday people like us are adopting solar power. If we want it to be entrenched, right? It's like, if we want to actually develop the local industrial economy to manufacture or support, then we need state intervention, right? We need, for example, again, I keep using Nigeria just because that's my research base. The Nigerian government needs to say, okay, we'll give you tax incentives, we'll give you subsidies, something that will further entrench this solar adoption, I think is what I would say to answer that. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions on the floor? And I will limit the numbers. I apologize for that. There's a gentleman over there. Please do introduce yourself. Oh, where we?
Is it?
Yes.
Can you know him?
It's you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. It's quite fascinating that I come from a business sector, and I'm just happy that MISTRA managed to invite us as business to come and listen to where, if our politics are managed in a very proficient manner, how much value can we extract on each other's capabilities and capacities? Because we were trying to invest in the green energy space, but as a business, we somehow feel like our DFIs do not understand the need to transition, in as much as they've got all the slides. But when you go to our DFIs and try and engage them, they're not at the same level at which they're supposed to be. I would just want, how can we further get Chinese guidance, especially in managing that business public relations, because I see that they actually executed it diligently so much that business people like myself could see a need to go and invest in China than to invest in my own country, which could be said, unless we really take a strategic, rather 360-10 approach as DFIs and government in how we, converse with business to ultimately realize this energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and organization, sir?
Mohale Masenus Mafalo from Green Rock Resources.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's take the next question. Yes.
My name is, I'm Professor Mapungubwe. I'm a rated research professor. I have a Sarki chair, South Africa research chair. But I spent the whole day with you today. I'm surprised. I just want to say 2 points. One is on solar energy. In 2011, we created ANSOL, African Solar Energy Network. Please Google, all of you, www.ansol.org. What we said on that was that the Sahara, the energy from the Sahara, the physics is not a problem. The engineering is not a problem. The politics is a problem. If we can handle it, we can give free electricity to all of Africa and Europe. And this was a study done by all of us. It's 14 years since we have been doing it. And I like you, in fact, a lot of students are being trained and we are working on it. And I like you to actually Google it and try to also join us. Some of you, the sister who from Oxford, what you're doing, I think you should also, the work you're doing relates to it. The other important thing about China, it is not simply China helping us now on the earth here. There's also an important thing China has created. I think most of you don't know it. It is called the Global Forum Space Scholar Meet Program, where they have been running it for the last 2 years. And what they are doing now is that not only the solar and space, the energy system that we have on Earth, the mistakes we made, we must correct it. When we go to Venus orbit and Mars by 2060, from our planet, we'll move to the next planet. Since we are going to be in these planets, we don't want to make the mistakes. Science is saying, don't make the mistakes we made on Earth. We must do it differently. And now they are training all the younger people. And they are now inviting even scholars over. Next year, there will be another one. This year, they just did it. Next year, the year before, they did it. I was also joining them. And we are trying to motivate a lot of the young scholars, also young students from Africa also to join and learn how to do very systematically so that no mistakes could be done. So I just want to remind you, China is really helping us a lot, not just on saving us, trying to help us on this planet, but I think the next 2 planets, we're going to live. All human beings will live like we live on Earth, on these planets too. That's what's happening. I just want to suggest that to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. And we do know you. We just, for the benefit of everyone who has not had the privilege of meeting you. And last question was, there was a question. Oh, it's just Lulu.
Thank you so much to the panel and the sentiments that have been shared. When we speak about the green economy and the sustainable ecology, I think history becomes a better teacher in terms of the lessons going forward. So I'll make my contributions from the South African perspective. If you look at RIP and when RIP was launched, there was keen interest, window period 1, window period 2, where there was immense investment, both nationally and internationally. Then you find in RIP 4 and 5, there was a dramatic decrease in terms of investment due to international market instability in that space. We move on. So the South African domestic market almost collapsed because of that, the manufacturing capacity, because South Africa was actually leading in that regard. We move to that and we look at how solar and wind has been implemented in the country, particularly from a decent jobs and skills development perspective. You find that all of these projects have a 12 to 24 months time frame. And within that, 60% of the jobs sit within manufacturing capacity whilst establishing the farms. Post that, the high level skills where it's concentrated in the STEM, you find that there's little South African activity in that space. That speaks to development in and of itself. One of the other, I think, critiques I'm raising in the space is also how do we balance international interest versus domestic interest? Yes, wind and solar are important, but in terms of South African development, road to rail is where it has the most job absorption capacity. Also, when we look at other, in terms of industrialization, agriculture also becomes an important component. So I think language matters when you speak about industrialization, green economy, and all of those components. But where are we locating ourselves within that landscape? And I think it's something that we need to problematize. Yes, there is ICE. Yes, it is an area of discussion. But another question there that lies within there, do we have the necessary skills to respond to that, or are we importing those skills? Are our provisioning institutions actually able and resilient enough to meet development where it needs to? And because that has a huge contributing factor to innovation, tech uptake, development, youth integration. And I think much of the green industrial development, it is actually underpinned by political stability. Once you tickle with political instability, all of what we are discussing actually becomes at risk in a sense. I don't know if there's a question or those. I don't think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think there was just one question. I'll just ask for one of you to volunteer to answer that. From the gentleman over there, who would like to take that question about business, the partnership? Okay, thanks, Lawrence.
There was the, can you hear me okay on the speaker? Yeah, there was the question about DFIs and the financing of new industry. And I think, so first of all, it's a pity that Zef has left because, he's chief economist, he was here for our first battle for the DBSA. I think he would have been able to give a far better questions than I, for example, could. And I can't really speak to DFIs, but I can talk about like general financing of how we get these transitions going. And actually, what I kind of want to do is pivot to, or I want to pick off something that Kobus mentioned in his presentation about the somewhat pragmatic, but also occasionally sort of chaotic nature of the Chinese experience, of how the Chinese model has funded some of these things. And I think foreign observers sometimes have the wrong understanding of how the Chinese model really works. That sometimes there's this idea that the Chinese model is this one of like hyper rationalistic central planning, that like bureaucrats get together with, I don't know, spreadsheets and tables and things and kind of rationally plan 5 years into the future. And there certainly is an element where the Chinese system obviously has its 5-year plans and has correctly, strategically identified things like green energy as being important components of the future world economy and chosen to invest in those things in those sectors in a way that some Western countries like the US have not, or in some cases are actively sabotaging those sectors of the economy for ideological reasons. So like in that sense, the Chinese system is more rational. But on the other hand, the very competitive marketplace that I was talking about earlier, that there are like so many Chinese suppliers in all these different sectors. And what I didn't maybe discuss, and perhaps I should have mentioned, is how that actually arises, because the way that the Chinese system of financing actually works is that, first of all, the government is willing to act as almost like a venture capitalist, right? Like they take a bet on, here's a new startup, we think it might work, let's give them a bunch of subsidies and see what they can do with it. But they're, because they're such a large venture capitalist, they bring a huge amount of scale to it. But also, the Chinese government itself is kind of highly diversified, right? Like there isn't just one Chinese government, because there are like many different layers of the Chinese government. Like each different province, each different city is kind of in a way running its own industrial policy. And those local governments are also competing with each other, and they're investing in companies, and those companies are competing with each other. So you have this like sprawling system with lots of competition, lots of governments doing their own thing. And it doesn't always produce systems that seem rational in the short term, but then in the long term, suddenly, you have like, suddenly Tesla wakes up like 5 years later and realizes that, oh no, like Chinese companies have taken over the EV market. And it's because they're able to harness those sorts of forces. Thanks.
Thank you, Lawrence. Unfortunately, we really have run out of time. I would have loved to get your final remarks, but I think I will just hand over to Gloria so that we can end the session. Thank you very much to the panel for joining us and sharing your rich insights and contributions to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
While the panel takes their picture, I would like to thank every panelist for their very rich contribution and engagement with us on this panel discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much, and we're rushing a bit. At this, we have more things left to do to wrap up today. I'm going to call on our Director Research, Dr. Sandy Africa, to make some closing remarks and also talk about the way forward. And then we just have to thank everybody after that.
Thank you, Gloria. I'm carrying my laptop here, but don't be afraid. I'm not going to give you a long lecture. I'd also like to join Gloria in just thanking and congratulating the panelists of both sessions, as well as our keynote speakers for really insightful presentations and leading us through these really rich and robust discussions. The Deputy Minister, before she left, said that she hoped that the discussions today would generate clear, actionable strategies and tangible outcomes. And I really must say that I think that the discussion has really taken us in that direction. Obviously, in the course of a day, we can't actually work things out to the minute detail, but there have been some, I think, in the way the discussions were structured, firstly, where the panelists assessed the situation from their vantage points and then made very clear and concrete recommendations. I think that we have actually been challenged to think things afresh. And I dare say that if we were to have a discussion next year, in the second year, we'd really be able to say, well, have we moved the needle? This panelist made that recommendation. Did we actually, or did the governments, did the parties, did civil society for that matter, where there are research questions that have been posed, have we actually stepped up to the plate and answered some of those? But so thank you to the panelists. I know Gloria is going to be doing the vote of thanks. But I just want to highlight what for me and possibly yourselves were some of the lessons that I'm walking away from this discussion with. And when Gloria, as well as the Minister Councillor Jin, actually mentioned that FOCAC is 25 years in existence, I thought it was so important that we actually go out of here with a sense of history and where these initiatives come from. It's very important to take into account, in fact, in a way, FOCAC, as are many initiatives on the global stage, really have their impetus in some way from the African experience. We were just talking over lunch about IPSA, which predated the BRICS, for example, and how that multilateral cooperation, which then, as the BRICS was evolved, came to include other countries, perhaps in different configurations, because South Africa was outside of it. Later, in the most recent years, we've also seen the BRICS itself being extended. The lesson in this is that whilst we are bewailing and actually saying that we need to assert African agency, I would say that Africa has had agency. So I think that we mustn't underestimate the extent to which these partnerships are in fact very much part of our contributions. And in relation to FOCAC, for example, it was actually an initiative which African states actually said, well, we cannot be dealing with major economies on our own. Let's actually encourage a situation where we actually engage in multilateralism because we have a common experience, because we have common objectives as Africa as a whole and not in a fragmented way. And I think over time, the idea was warmed to, as have other strategic partnerships which which Africa has engaged in been warmed to. So that kind of sense of history, I do think is very important as we engage in this very important discussion on, as we've done today, levering China partnerships for technology and green development. And let's also go away from here, very mindful of the fact that we've just isolated 2 or 3 of the very important 10 partnership plans, which are part of the 24 summit decisions, and there are others, and we must also pay attention to these others, how we actually internationalize you know, our civilizational experiences, how we cooperate on a whole number of fronts, on peace and security, and so these really need to be taken in context. But in our keynote addresses and in the opening panel, I think what was quite significant was that everyone spoke about the fact that this is an enduring partnership that's founded on mutual interest and mutual respect. But they also pointed to the geopolitical moments that we are in and the challenges to multilateralism, including the threats to security, the economic challenges on the one hand, but on the other hand, the unique opportunities that are there. So as Africa, just as China has actually articulated a very clear vision of where its own developmental agenda lies. Africa, through the Agenda 2060, through other initiatives like the Free Trade Agreement, also has a vision of how it sees its future. And this is the perfect opportunity to actually have these two kind of articulate and for us to walk together in actually crafting a different kind of reality for our peoples in our respective geographical spheres in tandem as part of our common destiny. And as Prof, you said, maybe one day we'll be sharing not the earth, which some of these initiatives are trying to actually reclaim and keep safe and keep preserved, but in other unknown territories. And that's, I think, your vision of actually, you know, thinking beyond our immediate to what the next centuries are going to look like is just as important. So thank you for that. But yeah, I'm so happy that our speakers have challenged us to move beyond the big announcements. And I hope that they're no longer in the room, but I hope that this message goes out to our leaders, our heads of states, our governments, that we need to move beyond the optics of the big announcements to actual accountability. And you can only have accountability where there is clear planning, targets, milestones, and a capacity thereafter for monitoring that these milestones are achieved. So I don't really want to go into the very sound recommendations that all of the panelists have made, whether it be about building the right ecosphere, having the right policy mix appropriate to this situation, whether we ensure that if we're going to industrialize, if modernization, as we were saying, has to do with industrialization, then there has to be a value add, but also thank you to Dr. van Staden to also talking about other spheres in which the economies of our countries can grow, the creative arts and all sorts of other things. The executive director spoke earlier about how we should look at how some of these resources can be financialized or monetized. Why do we not have an exchange, a stock exchange for minerals when in fact we hold the highest amount of reserves of platinum group minerals in the country? This indeed is something that MISTRA has been advocating to our government for over a decade, and we hope that it will eventually be taken up. But I also like the fact that there was such a lot of intensive scrutiny and honest reflection on and comparative studies in today's discussion on what I suppose we can call the Beijing model. And there's so many lessons, but at the same time, there are lessons elsewhere. And I think some of our speakers have actually pointed to where we actually need to be more realistic and adapt rather than blindly adopt, but there is much that innovation can yield if we actually learn from each other. And I think it was Prof. Kin who was saying, well, they would also like Chinese to come to South Africa to learn things about our society that we can actually share, which will improve the cooperation and the relationship and strengthen the opportunities for collaboration, be it through trade or scientific development and all sorts of things that will take us onto a different trajectory. We've been speaking about the risks and constraints to the partnerships. So we've heard practically about how election years are dead years, how the realities of sovereign debt, the fact that there are skills deficits that need to be addressed, and importantly that sadly there is a level of discrimination against African countries when it comes to their risks being assessed. But on the other hand, we actually may want to see this as a clarion call for us to actually deal with the conflict and instability and all the other factors that do place us in that terrain. So there's just so much that we can take away from these discussions. From MISTRA's side, we certainly will see how some of these can be translated into further research questions that can fuel our partnerships with researchers from institutes around the countries, with civil society around very important issues such as the just energy transition, which we have to work on with civil society, but also with scholars in China and other countries. And I must say that geographically, the Indian Ocean area is becoming such an important geostrategic area. So we who have the advantage physically of facing both the Atlantic and the Indian, but if you just think about the potential of the Indian Ocean area, our entire East Coast, where I think there are challenges of stability to be addressed, but when you think of the Middle East, you think of West Asia, we think of Southeast Asia, you think of China itself. I mean, there's huge potential. And so I do think that this is a very important area, and this cooperation between South Africa, the most or one of the most significant economies in the African region, is so important in actually maximizing the benefits for the countries, which are basically the better part of the global south, the countries facing that region, so that we really do collectively take up our rightful place. And I do like the fact that, circling back to the fact that this is a 3-year plan, the Beijing summit outcomes, I really like the suggestion that we break it down to what can be done in the first, we already have the first 12 months. And I was listening very carefully to the Deputy Minister who said that there actually are 18 projects or programs which are, at least in South Africa, being rolled out. The challenge would be what's happening in other countries and how do we aggregate this? So what someone was saying, the tracking that is so necessary if you're going to hold anyone to account can happen. And then for the medium term, what is it that we are going to be monitoring so that at the end of it all, when our respective leaders and countries go back to the next FOCAC summit, we can actually make an input on what the kind of outcomes should be, and also just implement this virtual cycle of holding people to account. So I'll leave it at that, and I really want to once again say that this has been a really enriching day, and to thank everyone for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy, for a comprehensive wrap-up of today. It was a complex discussion with many perspectives to consider. Before I do the vote of thanks, I'm going to do a call to action. So before you switch off for the day, here's something to think about. MISTRA is an organization that has been around for 15 years, and it's been committed to doing research, strategic reflections and dialogues and conversations as we've had today, with a view to influencing and ensuring that we have evidence-based policy making. So today our call is twofold to you. In calling you to action, we would like you to consider, one, purchasing the MISTRA books. There are many in the foyer. You have a brochure with you of all the publications produced over the many years. So as individuals and people attending today, we'd like you to consider supporting our work in that way. If you can't buy them all today, pace yourself. There's lots of time. Put it in your budget. Secondly, we do have a donate button on our website, and we would encourage you to think about donating in that way. So thanks for considering that. Then finally, I think we want to, on behalf of MISTRA, thank you all for being here today, both people online. There are still people sitting and listening and tuned into the proceedings. We want to thank you all for participating and showing your interest. We'd like to thank the Embassy for inviting us to host this, and we of course consider you as the co-host today. And we look forward to grow a partnership with you going forward. Then, as you can tell, a lot of work went on behind the scenes to get everything running the way it did today. We do thank ourselves in public, so to the MISTRA team who worked so hard, long hours, putting in extra time to make sure that everything ran smoothly today. Thank you. To the coordinator who pulled the content together, Lawrence, thank you very much. And then, of course, to our comms partner, 2807, our technology guys or station. We really want to thank you for making things tick over. So, finally, thank you, everybody, for your participation, and we hope to see you at future MISTRA events. Drive home safely, be careful of the traffic, and have a good evening.